Okay, this time we're going to be talking about Dark Souls 3. And generally, Dark Souls 3 follows some different rules, actually, never mind. So Dark Souls 3, your health is a lot lower. It's difficult to invest in because it gives lower benefits at an early level. It's always useful to have more, as it says there. I want your health to be at least 27, because then you have 1,000 hit points as a Phantom or Invader. See, this number here is showing the 30% boost you would get if you were a host, because you'd have the Embered effect. At least, ideally, you would. It also is applied to Phantoms who have been summoned as a red Phantom. Specifically, red Phantoms who have been summoned using the red sign soapstone. Those get to keep their Embered effect. So, 27 health is a good amount to be at. As you see, it gives you 1,000 health. The problem is, just do not get that much health from leveling your health. That's another 100, and I had to level up 6 times for 100 more health. But still, if you get all the way up to like 42, that's another 100 health. That's another 9 levels. 48 to 1292. That's almost another 100. But you see that where the issue is, we just put in from 27 to 48, and all we got was almost 300 hit points. So it could be really tempting to put on the Ring of Favor plus 3, get another 100, the Life Ring plus 3, get another about 100. Now you have 1,500 hit points. That's probably going to feel really nice, but because of a couple of other problems, you know, the Ring of Steel Protection and stuff like that, just like an Elden Ring, gets nerfed in PvP. So if you're doing PvP, then that's not really going to help you, but you're probably not going to, I don't know. Dark Souls 3 has a much more, I would say, rich PvP crowd, I would say. I'm not really sure what you can do to mitigate this, but you just can't really have that much health. Like, this Dark Souls 3 is the lowest health. I don't know why they decided to do that, but yeah, you could easily get by with just 27 health. But not with all these boosts, though. If you want 27 health and you want to use all these boosts, then clearly not such a great idea. It's actually worthwhile to go through the boosts of 48 if you're going to be using the Life Ring and the Ring of Favor and all that. But the thing is, you could also be using the I forget what it's called. Prisoner's Chain? Okay, Prisoner's Chain. Not Prisoner's Ring. So yeah, 50 Vigor is definitely the hard cap. Once you get past this, it doesn't go up very much. Not that it was going up all that much before, but you know. But personally, I would say 48 is the right point to be at. See, it's 6 points for that, and then you get 3 points for that? Yeah, 3 points for going from 49 to 50, that's not worth it. That's not worth it. At the very most, you go to 49, because 47, it's 1498, 48, 1506, that is 8 points, and then you get 6 points, and then you get 3 points. It's not as worth it, and that's only if you have these boosts on. If you didn't have the Ring of Favor and the Life Ring on, it's not going to give you all that much. But yeah, get your health up to a real nice level. Maybe shoot for 42 because it looks nice, in my opinion. Maybe go for 48 because that's the optimal maximum. And then don't worry too much. Put on the Prisoner's Chain. It doesn't really lower your defense too much. See, it's like, okay, this is lying to us. Hold on. Okay, it is like 4%. Right, the Steel Protection only gives you physical defenses. Anyway, Attunement would be the next stat to think about. So attunement increases your FP, your focus points, with new slots at 10, 14, 18, 24, 30, 40, 50, 60, 80, and then 99. So you would want 10, 14, 18, maybe 24 and 30. After that, I wouldn't think too much about it. Magic really isn't all that great in Dark Souls 3 unless you're heavily investing and you're using the really powerful and expensive spells, or the really cheap and not expensive spell, like really cheap and not very powerful spells, but are more likely to actually hit people, like I do. You're probably not going to be thinking too hard about your attunement, but I would say go for 14. Go for 14 because I have a video about getting some health going. Maybe you would want 18, so you can also use Tears of Denial, which will require the 15 faith. The thing is, you just really need 10 faith for anything you're really going to do. Maybe you'll want 13 faith, so you can also use the Chime of Filianor. Sacred Chime of Filianor, which requires 18, right here. And then you would just put on, every now and then when you felt like it, you would put on the Priestess Ring, which gives you plus 5 faith, just like that. Because really, there's not all that many rings that would benefit you. Like if you're not going to use the Prisoner's Chain because you're already you're going to a high level anyway, you want to put on the Hornet Ring. Or if you're not going to use the Hornet Ring because you're using a... I don't know. If you're using a magic build, 2 of your ring slots are being taken up by your magic boosting stuff. Because you have to do that, or else you're not going to do any damage. And if you're not going to do any damage anyway, you might as well get the speed boost from... I mean, 3 of your ring slots will be taking up because you want that speed boost from the Sage Ring. If you're not a dexterity build and you want to invest everything into magic, it's... Things are messed up. But yeah, attunement, you want maybe... You want at least 1 spell slot, so you can put on medium heal. And then you want at least 10 faith, so you can use medium heal. Because you can put on the Priestess Ring, which gives you 5 more points. And then you just put it on for 1 second, and then put it back off after you heal up. Anyway, Endurance only raises your stamina, which is not really necessary unless you're using a heavy weapon or a shield. So if you're not going to a very high level, I would never level Endurance. If you're not going to go to level 90 something, 100 meta level, you know, and you're using like a Fume Ultra Greatsword, maybe if you're using the Fume Ultra Greatsword, you know, something that has a weight unit of like 15 or higher, then maybe you'd want Endurance. And as you can see, we start out with 105 stamina. So let's put it up to 20. And that gets you to 124. So that's... Isn't that like 19 points? 19 points. Yeah. And that's all it does. It doesn't do anything else. It does not raise your equipment load by any way. Raise your poise, which doesn't really matter unless you're using a weapon that has hyper armor. There's no point in raising your endurance unless you want to swing another time using a very large weapon, because that is technically mix-up. Quotations. Anyway, Vitality raises your equipment load and your defense, but equipment load doesn't matter as long as it's below 70%, but the defense is nice. So up to level like 20, you see over here we have 62 in our physical defense values. Up to level 20, it raises that value by a tiny bit. See, now it's 66. That's 5 levels, you get 4 points. That's pretty good. It's not really great, but the thing is, it still raises it. It's pretty nice. It's just, defense number goes up. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Also, I should add this to this right now. Not wearing a full set of armor lowers your defense massively. So, when you are not fully armored, you see how this is 0%? That's a lot of defense you're missing out on. Right? And that's not even the only thing. See, this is 75. If we put on, like, let's just say Havel's armor. This number, this is the number that went up. And this number went up too, but this number went up. That's the problem, is that this number, these numbers went up when we put on armor. So if we put on more armor, doesn't really matter what, like it does not matter what it is. Let's put on the Master's Attire. See? It's still 94. Put on the tattered... What was it called? It really doesn't matter what we put on. Let's put on some antiquated gloves. See, it went up again. The gloves didn't give us as much as the chest piece. Obviously, the chest piece matters more. The loincloth gives us 17 more. The helmet, the thief's mask, doesn't matter. And see, now we have 130. The physical defenses just doubled. Doesn't matter what you wear, it doesn't matter at all. You could put on full Havels. And it's the same amount. Your absorption goes up, sure, but this is the problem. Your defenses go way down when you're not wearing a full set of armor. Doesn't matter what you wear as long as you're wearing something. And of course, your helmet and your gauntlets don't matter as much, but still, that was 13 points. And this one was 8. So, your hands, your gauntlets don't matter the most, apparently, but your helmet is still important. A little bit more important. Okay. So, endurance, vitality, your equipment load, your defenses. Defenses are important, but as you can see, we're still below 70%. As long as you're below 70%, you're in a good state. You don't need more equipment load unless you have, like, super high armor stuff. You just have a defense dump stat. You're trying maybe to force yourself to use heavier armor to survive longer. I don't know. Let's see, this is as low as we can go. We have on a piece of Havel's armor, and we're still below 70%. We could probably also slap on a straight sword, like a long sword real quick. Okay, we can't do that, but the thing is, you can also put on the Havel's ring, and then suddenly you're good again. So yeah, you really don't need to level your vitality all that much, but it is nice to have for the defense bonus. Then we have Strength and Dexterity, which scale well up to 40. Strength gets the 1.5 times bonus. Dexterity increases spell casting speed up to 50, but the thing is, once you get the Sage Ring plus 2, that gives you effectively, I think, 35 more Dexterity, or 45 more Dexterity. So it basically maxes out your Dexterity as long as you have, like... I don't know, it's a lot. It gives you a lot. I don't remember the exact number, I would have to look it up real quick. But Sage Ring plus 2, it gives you a lot of theoretical Dexterity. It might say it somewhere on here. Yeah, right here. It says it, no, it just says it shortens spellcasting, doesn't know the actual value. Okay, well, whatever. I'm pretty sure it was 35. It gives you plus 35, so you have like 15, I think. Just like that, and now you have max cast speed. I don't know if you absolutely require maximum cast speed, but casting speed goes... I'm also pretty sure that casting speed doesn't go up to 50, I'm pretty sure it goes up to 45. Okay, my bad. I didn't think about all this completely. But I have given you resources. You should check those out. Go check it up on the wiki dot. It says it on there. Just look up the Sage Ring real quick. What else do we have? Spellcasting, Dexterity, Strength. So Strength also raises your physical and fire defense. If you look over here, our fire defense is 87. Our physical defenses are 91. If we just kind of bump this up to 40 real quick, our physical defense is now 108, our fire defense is now 126, so if you do that for the same thing for dexterity, it doesn't do that. So set it back to normal. If you do that for dexterity, it increases your physical defense because your level's going up, but it doesn't give you nearly as much, as you can see. I think it might also boost an element. No, it does not. It does apparently reduce damage taken while falling, But you can just put on the cat ring for that, and it completely negates fall damage. So I don't think that really matters because the cat ring's just so useful. There's so many moments where you're going to be falling. Then intelligence and faith scale up to 40 for weapons and 60 for spells. Technically, you can invest more and more and get even more damage for spells, but when it comes to weapons, weapons really do not care after a certain amount. Also, it's not going to display here, I don't think. The Mugen Monkey is more basic, but it does what it does. And also you can save it and set up your own profile a lot more easily, I think. I don't know. I just like Mugen Monkey. Heavy and sharp infused. No, we are on to luck. So, intelligence and faith, as I said, they just do that. They're basically just for damage and meeting stat requirements for spells, miracles, sorceries, pyromancies? Pyromancies also have that. And of course, intelligence and faith boost the damage of your pyromancies. But when it comes to dark sorceries, dark miracles, they really don't care about one or the other unless you are specifically using a spell catalyst that has intelligence and faith scaling, such as the Dark Moon Dark Moon. Is it not called the Dark Moon Talisman? Oh, it's the Sunless Talisman, right. The Sunless Talisman, but we'll get back to that because we are going to be talking about magic way further on down here. It's not going to be nearly as long as the other one. Anyway, luck mainly increases your resistances, your item discovery, but it also boosts hollow infused weapons and specific weapons up to 40, such as Henri's Straight Sword, which is affected by luck. So it goes up to 40. I'm pretty sure it might go up to 45 like it does in Elden Ring. For status effects, anyway. And then we have infusions. So there's heavy infusion, sharp infusion, refined infusion, raw, crystal, simple, fire, chaos, lightning, blessed, deep, dark, blood, poison, and hollow. And you can just read all this because there's a whole lot, but I will give you a little bit of information. You want to be using heavy and sharp if you're doing a heavy build, which means you're doing a strength build, you're doing sharp, you're doing dexterity. Specifically some weapons like one more than the other, but that doesn't really matter. You can just slap one of these on and say this is a sharp weapon now. Raw is if you're not using any levels, you just want some damage. It's still good, but like if it's a lower upgrade, you should always see if raw might be a good idea for you. Especially if you're trying to force a weapon to be sharp or heavy. Heavy usually gets by that because of the two-handing bonus. Then there's crystal, which scales with intelligence, and simple, which scales with intelligence, but simple restores your FP. And simple is usually something you want to keep around, at least on something that you can just slap on later when you're not doing anything, because it restores FP, and nothing else restores FP the same way this does. It's always a good idea to have two simple weapons, because it stacks, and you can just put them on and not care. The same thing comes with Blessed, but Blessed, a lot more things have, like Henri's Straight Sword, have innate regeneration of your hit points, where you don't really need to worry about it so much. So Blessed is just for like, oh, you want a physical scaling faith weapon, you put Blessed on it. It doesn't give you as much as if you would have done heavy or sharp, but it also heals you, which is nice. And another thing to think about is that Simple and Blessed also scale with your weapon's upgrade level, and so does Hollow, and Hollow in fact adds luck scaling, adds luck. It doesn't just add luck scaling, it adds luck. It raises your luck. It also makes weapons scale with luck, so that increases their poison and status and bleed buildup, just like it does in Elden Ring. Except for it's called Arcane in that one, but anyway. Having a hollow weapon equipped raises your luck stat. I believe we can actually see that if I just put something on that can be infused real quick. We put on hollow, Okay, we cannot see that. We cannot see that happening, but depending on your weapon's upgrade, it increases your luck. It raises your luck. Oh wait, but you also need to have hollowing. That's right. So it also scales with your hollowing, and the only way to have hollowing is to do the quest line. See, our luck went up by 5. It only goes up a maximum of 5. We cannot lower it. It's stuck right there. But it only works while you have hollowing. And I'm not sure if it matters how much hollowing you have, or if you need to be beyond a certain amount, but it's usually not too difficult to... Yeah, see, the hollowing, it requires you to have at least 15, which means that you've... it's really not too difficult to do that, because, you know, when you die, you get more hollow. As long as you aren't in New Game Plus, after having done Yol's and Uria's quest line to become the Lord of Hollows, you don't really need to do the whole thing. You mostly just need to do it once and then start dying a whole bunch. But yeah, Hollow's not actually all that great unless you're using something that has innate bleed, and, you know, innate poison would be nice as well, but you need to be a higher level, because it still scales with strength and dexterity, just not nearly as much. It also scales with luck. So because you have 3 stats you're scaling with, it works much like Refined, where it's much better at much higher levels. So the more you can dump into it, the stronger it gets. And then there's Deep and Dark. Dark scales harder, Deep scales less. As it says here, that also happens with Crystal and Simple, but Simple has a bonus effect and Deep does not. Deep is just giving you dark damage, and Dark is usually the better option, especially with how easy it is to invest in both Faith and Intelligence at the same time, because it only scales up to a pretty high level. It's just a lot easier to get dark damage, especially since dark damage goes through most defenses most of the time. As you can see, it's kind of our lowest. Magic is also up there, lightning is also up there, fire usually not so much. As you can see, you usually get that from endurance. I mean, strength, you get that from strength. A lot of people run strength builds because strength builds are easy to use with a whole lot of damage on, and you can just slap heavy on it, two-hand it, and be like, okay, this is a strength weapon now. Be like, okay, I slapped heavy on this, I push the two-hand button, damage goes up to 300, this is a heavy weapon now. And, Phantoms and Invaders have 30% less health, as I said earlier, because the host has to use an Ember in order for multiplayer to be an option. You can technically summon red Phantoms without an Ember, but you cannot summon anything else. You have to have the Ember effect in order to have Invaders and Phantoms in your world. So that means the host is gonna have 30% more health than you. So that's why it's a better idea to take out the Phantoms first. But your bloodstain appears where you died in the host world. This is also a thing in Elden Ring that I forgot to mention. It basically just makes it so you're going to lose your souls, you're going to lose your runes in Elden Ring. It doesn't matter. It was just a, like, screw you invader sort of thing. Because it doesn't happen for blue Phantoms or gold Phantoms and all that, because they don't lose their souls when they die. Because they don't... they don't matter. No, I shouldn't say. Anyway. If you're not wearing a full set of armor, it lowers your defenses massively. We said this earlier. If you're not wearing armor, you get lower defense. And you get lower absorption. You should always try to wear something. You can get by without wearing your gauntlets, you could maybe get by without wearing a helmet, but it's not recommended, but it's definitely an option. Then you have, most weapons can combo a light attack into a second light attack. This is something they pulled from Dark Souls 2. They pulled the worst things they could have from Dark Souls 2, I gotta say. But this is one of them. Because what this allows is for the roll catching meta. If you can just do one light attack, and then not do the second light attack, you just roll catch people forever, and then it makes it so important to be able to roll catch because of how strong it is, and people are going to do it to you, and you need to be ready for that. And all you have to do is not panic roll. All the opponent has to do is not mash the roll button to get out of your attack. It's just that simple. But I guess they just expect people to start mashing light attack. Anyway, the problem is the option to go into the second light attack, so suddenly you get the kill. Suddenly it's like, okay, they kept getting roll caught, I guess I'll kill them now. Their health is low enough to die. Okay, so moving on, we have daggers. We're going to start at the top, the way that they're listed in the video game, and not in alphabetical order. So, for daggers, they are mainly dexterity scaling, as they have been. They're very lightweight. This means they are 2 units or less. Typically, they weigh 2 units or less. They're best two-handed for the range, if you're going to be using them as a main weapon. Typically, when I'm explaining these, I consider you to be using the weapon in your main hand. You want to do damage with the weapon I'm talking about. Okay, we're not using it in complement of other weapons, but I am mentioning that it is strongest with an offhand long-reaching weapon, because you can use them with something else. It's a good idea, but that's not the best way to use them if you want to use them for damage, okay? So the second hit has no hit stun with one-handed. This means if you just mash with it, it's not going to stop your opponent from attacking you once you start doing the second part of its attack. It also doesn't stun them for very long, unless you're using, you know, the Harp or the Murky Hand Scythe, which have stronger hit stun on two-handed light attacks. So you can't really just mash these until your opponent's super close, and if you're just going to mash it, you might get parried. It's not likely, but it's very possible. Okay, excuse me. Majorly used for their critical damage, but also used for their oppressive speed at close range. So like I'm saying, if you have like a halberd or a spear, maybe a scythe if you're crazy, you could use these alongside that. They would cover close range, and it'd be very effective. They can bounce off of some defensive arts, namely Perseverance, Iron Flesh, Havel's Great Shield's weapon art, but only when it's one-handed, I'm pretty sure. Most of the time when you two-hand, your stuff doesn't bounce. And daggers, the basic dagger has the highest critical modifier. It has a 130 critical modifier. This means it's the most likely to do the most damage during a riposte out of all these daggers. But other than that, it doesn't have anything particularly amazing about it. If you put it in the offhand, it has a weird moveset, but the weird moveset doesn't combo, doesn't do anything. It really just... It looks weird. I don't know why it's there. You can also do it with the Handmaid's Dagger and maybe a couple other ones, but those are the ones I remember, and I didn't mention it because it's not very notable. The Mailbreaker has an effective thrusting attack. Has effective thrusting attacks. You can do it with the R2, you can do it with the R1 when it's two-handed. Its weapon art is Shield Piercer or something similar. It goes through shields a little bit. It's not a 100% shield piercing, but it goes through them, and it has slightly less critical modifier than the dagger does at 125, so the Mailbreaker is actually an option depending on which one has a higher attack rating. You actually have to test whether the dagger or the Mailbreaker would be stronger. I believe another one on here, I think the Brigand Twin Daggers also have 125, but the Mailbreaker and the dagger are the ones that you would have to think about using for a pocket riposte weapon. And the Mailbreaker has a more effective moveset. So I would say that one might be more useful, but Dagger has Quick Step on it, so if you wanted it for the utility, that would be the better choice, I would say. And then there's the Harp, the Murky Hand Scythe. We know about these. You might not know about the Harp because it's very rare, and the Murky Hand Scythe is guaranteed, but they have stronger hit stun on two-handed light attacks because they are slashing weapons with the Dagger moveset, which I believe that was the case. But anyway, because of that, they're very oppressive, and they also have Quick Step, and for some reason this has innate dark damage, and you can buff it. So the Murky Hand Scythe is a very big problem, because it's just that strong, but if you have Perseverance, which we talked about earlier, and you really should always have that, or maybe even a dagger of your own to use Quick Step with, you can at least get away With perseverance, you might be able to fight back, but they have quick steps, so they'd be able to get away. So you see the problem here. It's very fast. It's very strong. It stuns you for a long time. It can get away. That's what the issue is. So the Corvian Great Knife is the longest. If you wanted a nice great knife, a nice knife, something fast, something with oppressive speed at close range, that's long so that you can do it from farther away. That's the Corvian Great Knife. It also has a, I believe, unique weapon art that essentially does what the Mailbreaker does, but closer. It has the exact same idea, it does the exact same thing. It's just a lot longer. Then there's the Handmaid's Dagger, which is, I believe, the lightest dagger at 0.5 units. It restores 1 to 2 FP depending on which attack you use, and when you hit someone with it, it restores your FP. And it's the lightest one, like I said. It doesn't really do anything all that amazing. I don't know if you can buff it, but you definitely can't infuse it. And the 1 to 2 FP doesn't really matter because you have simple infusion, and you're kind of just wasting time by attacking stuff with something that's weak that restores a small amount of FP. And I really don't recommend using it, but it has the notable effect to do that. Maybe the opponent used a Seed of a Tree of Giants, and you're just kind of standing around, you're like, why not? You use the Handmaid's Dagger. That's really the only time I think this would be helpful. Then we have the Scholar's Candlestick, which raises magic damage. I believe it's by 3%. It's not a whole lot, but the fact is it does do that. And, if you're doing a magic build, more damage is nice. It's not the ideal thing to do, but it's definitely there. It definitely gives you stuff. I wouldn't recommend it. I would recommend doing one of the more powerful options, but it's there. I think it has a faith requirement. You don't need it if you wanted it for the magic boost, but if you wanted to use it as a weapon for some reason, just don't. There's the Aquamarine Dagger, which has a stance moveset with running and rolling attacks. This thing is really cool. A lot of people say it takes a ton of stamina, but if you're, careful, then that doesn't really come up all that often. I would say it's not a very powerful weapon, but the fact is it looks cool, and it works especially well with shields that have the weapon skill weapon art, because then you can use it one-handed. I don't know if that's really great, but it definitely looks cool, and you can quickly switch to blocking. It's very cool. It's very, very cool weapon. I don't know how great it is. I used it for a little bit, but it's just... It does, in fact, take a lot of stamina. You need to be careful. Tailbone Short Sword has a grounded projectile that causes knockdown. It's really the only cool thing about it. It's kind of long like the Corvian Great Knife, but the Corvian Great Knife can be infused and buffed. The Tailbone Short Sword, the grounded projectile. I managed to get a kill with this a long time ago. There was a video about it, but it's not amazing. It's not as amazing. It's just a straight line. It causes knockdown. It's cool. It does that. There's the Brigand Twin Daggers. They're kind of a little more strength scaling, I believe. For the Brigand Twin Daggers, they're a paired weapon. They have high critical, but their light attacks don't combo, which is to say you can't do L1, L1. You can't do light attack, like paired light attack, but I believe you can do light attack into paired light attack, but I'm not sure about that. You might be able to do heavy into paired light attack, but probably not. There's something weird about these, but they're still, they're still daggers. They have quick step. You can use them effectively. I'm just thinking, they're really not that great. Of the paired weapons, they're really not that great. They're not very long, they're not very strong, they don't really do all that much damage or combo into each other. I really don't know what to say that's good about them. So for a dagger build, you'd probably just... For criticals is what you're probably going for, so you'd probably prefer to have elemental damage on them. You want to get it into a dark infusion or a chaos infusion. People usually say that chaos is better, but it's just not true. It's just not true, because chaos does fire damage, and fire damage gets resisted, and dark damage does not. But it'd be actually easier to get lightning damage from faith investment, or sorcery damage from intelligence investment, but it's harder to resist lightning damage than it is to resist anything else in the game, because with lightning you can only get it from I don't remember, one of these stats raises lightning, I think. Attunement, endurance increases lightning and bleeding. So at lower levels, like I've been telling you, in fact, you shouldn't level endurance because endurance doesn't really do anything. Well, apparently it raises your lightning defense. So your strength raises your fire, your intelligence raises your magic defense, and your faith actually raises your dark defense, which is weird. You'd think that you'd want to have endurance increase that, but faith increases your dark defense. It makes sense if you think about it. It's like holy. Your holy stuff gives you dark resistance. That is cool. That makes sense. So because I've been telling you, hey, you should have 10 faith, well, of course you're going to have 10 faith. So it's going to increase your dark resistance. Your fire strength builds are really good. A lot of people use them. Magic, well, every now and then you'll run into an intelligence build, especially if it's a host. Hosts are more likely to have that, so no one's going to have endurance because, as I've been saying, you don't need it. Except for apparently your lightning resistance, so lightning hits through more often than anything else. And so you'd probably just be a faith build. You'd slap on this, maybe get the Murky Hand Scythe or a Lightning Mailbreaker for the riposte damage. It'd do a whole lot. And of course you can walk around in water. That increases your lightning, lowers your lightning absorption. So lightning would be the way to go. You can do a dexterity if you're trying to be honest about it, but I would say lightning is definitely the way to go for daggers. Unless you're using the Murky Hand Scythe or the Aquamarine Dagger, because the Aquamarine Dagger has intelligence scaling. It's an intelligence weapon, but it also has some pretty high requirements. See it, 14 dexterity, 18 intelligence. It's definitely an intelligence weapon, but you know what usually happens where if it's an intelligence weapon, then it doesn't really have that great scaling. With intelligence, you can probably still raise your dexterity a bit, It doesn't seem to be increasing it by too much. Intelligence is probably the best option. Especially with the slashing, the weapon art. Those probably get enhanced by intelligence more than dexterity. And the Murky Hand Scythe, of course, is a dark weapon. So the Murky Hand Scythe benefits from your intelligence, your faith, and also your dexterity to an extent. And because you can buff it, well, that is a prime time to use Dark Blade, which is a Dark Miracle, which means you need to have a chime, which means it scales with faith. So you would want to use faith more than other stuff. You could probably slap on nothing. You could probably leave it as it is and then just put... I mean, you're going to be two-handing it. Maybe you want it to be heavy. Probably not. 219, 214. If you make it heavy, you two-hand it, it gives it a pretty big boost. 32, 225. So yeah, you can make this heavy. Or you could make it blessed. I don't know why you would do that, that'd be weird. Make it dark. But the thing is, if you make it dark, it's actually... could be chaos. I don't know. Deep. If you make it dark, it's probably the best option. It's not very high right now, but the thing is, you're probably going to put some points into faith and intelligence for it, and then suddenly it's a pretty good weapon. If we put it into heavy like we were thinking, you could make it like this, and then you could slap on Dark Blade, and then it'd have a whole lot of dark damage. It'd be real nice. I don't know. I don't know what the optimal idea is. You could put hollow on it. That'd be weird. Make it raw. Yeah, probably the best choice is to make it dark, and then just not worry about it. Don't worry about Dark Blade, just go in there with what you got. Or maybe make it heavy, slap on dark pine resin. Human pine resin, it's called. Go in with that. I don't know, the Murky Hand Scythe is really the best choice on here, I'd have to say. Corvian Great Knife, of course, you could do for that. I don't really think you need that much damage when it comes to daggers. It's mostly about the utility. But those are the options I would give you. The Corvian Great Knife specifically is also a pretty good option. You'd probably do it the same way. You'd make it heavy, infusion, two-hand it, do for fun. Maybe slap some dark on there. Usually if it's something that's not really going to be doing a whole ton of damage, you can just go into Intelligence and Faith, slap some dark on there, and be like, okay, this is good. But then a lot of people know that. They'll counter you, they'll be like, okay, then I put on my Dark Stoneplate Ring +2, and now I take way less damage from Dark. It gets nerfed in PvP, but it's still there. It's still amount. So moving on from daggers, we have straight swords, the commonly used weapons due to their speed and general effectiveness. You will see a lot of straight swords in Dark Souls 3. They are very strong. They're also pretty popular in Dark Souls 2, but Dark Souls 2 also has a nice thing. People just like to use straight swords because they're, you know, very straightforward weapons. Anyway, they are quality, which means they're strength and dexterity, and this one we actually call it refined, so it's quality. This is a thing that's been since Demon Souls. We call them quality. They started doing it again in Elden Ring because everyone does it. So they're lightweight. This means they are about 4 units, maybe 6 units at most. Maybe less than that, depending on which one you're using. The short sword is like 3 units, I believe. They're best one-handed for the fast, wide swings, but some of them are pretty good two-handed as well, such as the Lothric Knight Sword, which has heavy thrusting attacks, and a higher critical modifier of 110. I checked, and none of the other ones have more than 100. So the Lothric Knight Sword is generally considered the strongest, easiest to use because you can infuse it. It has heavy thrusting attacks even when two-handed and one-handed. It has the rolling attack. It has a higher critical modifier. It's just considered one of the more powerful ones. You could probably slap... It's mostly a dexterity weapon because it has a dexterity requirement of 18. If I show you over here... I forget what it's called. Okay, Lothric Knight Sword. So it has a dexterity requirement of 18, so you need 18 dexterity. That's actually quite a lot. So if you put sharp on it, it's usually the best way to go. As you can see, it's higher than the other values of 299 compared to 250, 264. Very quick, just slap sharp on there and be like, okay, this is a strong weapon now. Maybe because of all its thrusting attacks, you want to use the old Leo ring, or as they call it in this one, just the Leo ring, because in Dark Souls 2, they call it the old Leo ring. So then you get some nice counter hit damage with it. Maybe you just want to use it as your main weapon. You can two-hand this thing, just go nuts. And if you're going to be two-handing, you might want to go into Refined, so that you can get like some pretty high strength and dexterity scaling, but even then it's still pretty comparable to its Sharp scaling. Sharp, it's definitely more of a dexterity weapon. It's just nice. Then there's the Clerk's Candlestick, which can cast spells, but it's very short. It is a straight sword, it has the fast swings, but it's very short. It can cast spells, but it doesn't have the weapon art, which buffs spells, and instead it has one that makes light. It makes a very small amount of light. And since you can cast spells, you have access to cast light, which is much better. So I don't know what they were thinking. It looks nice, it does the thing it does, but it's just not. Straight swords are good because their heavy attacks are good, and this doesn't have heavy attacks. It has the ability to cast magic instead, and this was true too for the Blue Flame in Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 2, but that one was a lot better because you could buff it, infuse it, and just power stance with it. It was cool. This one doesn't do any of that. It just casts magic. It doesn't do anything good. I don't know. Then there's Henri's Straight Sword, which scales with luck, and it restores hit points, and you can buff it, by the way. So Henri's Straight Sword, it scales with luck. If I throw it on here real quick, it has 263. If we start raising luck, the number goes up. Number keeps going all the way up to 40, I believe, and then it keeps going by 1 past that. It's not a good idea to go past that. As you can see, it's slowing down, but the thing is, yes, It scales with luck. It also scales with dexterity and strength. Not nearly as much, I would think, but it still does. So you can infuse it, you can buff it. Just put all these at 40 real quick, just so we don't have to think about it too hard. So, Henri's Straight-Sword, it's a nice weapon. It got nerfed a few times. It's not the strongest. If you slap on the Lothric Straight-Sword here real quick again, Lothric Knight Sword real quick again, put Refined on it, as you can see, it's actually not as good, but that's only because we have 40 in everything. If we made it hollow, see, now it's very close to being better. But also just put dark on it at that point. This is the thing, once you start getting really high numbers, see how refined is actually better? That's why we have to think about them at like lower amounts. Where it's like, we don't really have all this investment. That's why it's important to make builds and not just be like, I want to reach the soft caps, I want to have a whole bunch of damage. No, you need to be restricted. You need to make your character based around a level. You need to be able to interact with people, instead of just getting a password summon and going nuts. Sorry, I have actually a bottle of a thermos of water, because I talked so much in the last one. Anyway, that's the Henri Straight-Sword. It can be a good idea to put the Blessed Weapon buff on it, but that only lasts for 15 seconds, and the health regeneration scales with your faith for some reason, so you'd want to put in more faith if you want to use Blessed Weapon on it. It's still an option, but personally I would rather just use a bundle, a lightning bundle to be specific, because those are the strongest versions, and as we said earlier, lightning damage goes through stuff. Much like how Henri does, she puts a fire bundle on it. It's just a good idea. So it scales with luck, it restores hit points, it can be buffed. It's pretty cool, but it doesn't do anything particularly special. Other than that, it's just a straight sword. It even has the stance weapon art, it doesn't do anything interesting. But it does do those things, it's not the Lothric Knight Sword. So the Sunlight Straight Sword scales with Faith, has an aura buff, and it can be buffed. So you see, we immediately upgraded. We have all the things that I said that the Henri Straight Sword didn't have. And so the Sunlight Straight Sword is Solaire's sword from Dark Souls 1, but they made it more obvious. They made it so that it has the aura buff. This is to say that it buffs you, the user, and it buffs anyone around you who's on your team, which includes enemies of the host if you're an invader, which is important to think about. It doesn't last very long, but the fact is it's an option, and a lot of other things don't do that. It's a straight sword, you can buff it, which means you slap lightning sword, what's it called? Lightning blade on this thing. It has faith scaling, and it buffs itself, and then you buff it. It hurts. It's a very strong faith weapon. It lightnings, and it's real good at it, and that's it. But other than that, it is just a straight sword. It's not the Lothric Knight Sword. The Lothric Knight Sword is... It's real good. Then there's the Morion Blade, which you're not really going to use this as a weapon, but I believe it causes blood buildup. I forgot to check that, or even care, because it's not really going to matter, because you can't buff it with, what's it called? Carthus Rouge. But what it does is it boosts all of your damage by 20% when you're at low health. I believe it's 30% health. When you have 30% health or less, it gives you 20% more damage. I said earlier, the candlestick, the Scholar's Candlestick back there, gives you 3%. Well, this is why you don't need to care about that, because this gives you 20%. So you just make a glass cannon build, you put on the Morion Blade, you can even use 2 of them with the right setup, and then you're insane, maybe do a consumable run. It's very strong. It's very strong. It's important to have. You can only get it from Yol's and Uria's questline. Specifically if you kill the sorcerer who teaches you things. So be careful of that. The Ring Knight Straight Sword has a stance weapon art with incredible range. There's also the ability to cancel your R1 if you're using a weapon skill, weapon art shield. It's very strong. It's typically got higher strength scaling. I believe it also has... See, this is straight sword. How come the Lothric Knight sword isn't Lothric Knight straight sword? Or whatever. Okay, so it doesn't have any faith or intelligence scaling for the fire, so it's just a pure physical sort of thing until you... I mean, I think it also has, like, some fire damage, but it doesn't... I don't know. Anyway, the Ring Knight straight sword, it has the stance weapon art. It's very strong, it makes itself very long, it has incredible range during its weapon art, and you can cancel its R1 by some intricate movement with the weapon art. Quickly going into that, and it really doesn't help all that much because, you know, your opponent is hit stunned during that moment. It's not really going to benefit you all that much, I would say. It's still there, it's still an option, you could still try to do it, if only to show off, but because your opponent's already in hit stun, unless you've done the second swing in your combo and you want to do the third one very quickly, it would be a reason to do that. But it's a very cool weapon, I like it. It is actually comparable to Lothric Knight Sword, but you can't two-hand it, it's better with a shield. Lothric's Holy Sword is a weak weapon, but it has a fast projectile in its weapon art. It actually has two different versions because it's the stance weapon art, and that means it has the uppercut, just like all the other ones do, except for the Clerk's Candlestick, and the Sunlight Straight Sword, and the Ring Knight Straight Sword, and the Mariah... Actually, the Mariah Blade has it. But when you do its heavy version, instead of rushing forwards like they usually do with Hyper Armor, it fires a very fast laser. It's just all pee, and it's very weak, though, but it has Holy Scaling. In fact, it has a Holy requirement. It is, in fact, a... Okay, Faith. It has Faith Scaling. It's the Holy Sword. So yeah, it fires a laser beam. I believe it does pure physical damage, because most of the light, holy things do physical damage. But it's not very strong. It's not very strong, but it is very effective. It's very effective. So, it's an option. If you wanted it to be good, I would just dump stats into it. Strength, dexterity, and faith. As you can see, it has a higher dexterity requirement, so you're probably going to get more out of dexterity than strength. You would probably want to use it with a weapon skill, weapon art shield, like the Ring Knight Straight Sword, but yeah. It's not amazing. It's not the Lothric Knight Sword. It's the Lothric's Holy Sword. Then there's the Goddard Twin Swords, which are the longest, and also a paired weapon. So these have a true combo of their paired light attack into their paired heavy attack, which would be normally their parry button, the L2, so like L1, L2 on a PlayStation controller, or I think it's LT is what they say for Xbox, LT, RT, right trigger, left trigger, right trigger. This L1, no, okay, so it'd be left bumper, right trigger for Xbox. Anyway, then you do another paired light attack. That's why I usually say light attack, heavy attack, because it makes more sense for everybody. Instead of just like L1, R2, L1, I say paired light attack, heavy, paired heavy attack, paired light attack, and yeah. So the Goddard Twin Swords, they are the longest, they have a paired weapon, they're also a paired weapon. When you do their rolling paired attack, then they thrust both swords forward. This got nerfed because of how strong it was, technically. It really wasn't. It's really fast. A lot of things came out later on that were a lot better. Goddard Twin Swords, you can buff them, so if you're doing this big combo with the L1, L2, L1, the light paired, light heavy, light paired, then it usually deletes people. It does a whole lot of damage. I wouldn't say it does enough damage to be something you'd want to do, but it is definitely an option. But the way that people usually use them is because they're the longest. They'll use them specifically because they're the longest, and they just want to be able to hit people from really far away, outside of their ability to get hit. Because no one actually wants to run up and engage against each other, because poise is tied specifically to the slower hyper armor weapons, and this is not one of those. So, longer weapons are better when they don't have hyper armor, and because no one has passive poise. This is just... I don't like Dark Souls 3, okay? Valor Heart is a sword and shield paired weapon with unique jump attacks and a stance that also blocks. So the Valor Heart is probably one of the more unique weapons in all the Souls games, because none of the weapons other than this one are a sword and a shield at the same time. Okay? So it has its unique moveset when it's two-handed, when you have both of the parts out, but it also enters into a stance, which, while you're in that stance, you also have block property using the shield. It's not very good at blocking, it's definitely using a small shield, but this is definitely one of the reasons why you'd want to have more endurance, for sure. But if you do its heavy attack, it'll charge forward like the other stances of straight swords, but if you do its light attack out of its stance, it'll actually shield bash, which can be a lot faster than the uppercut that you usually get from the straight swords, and I believe it also has block property during both of these. It even has block property during most of its paired attacks, including its jump attack, which is unique. And it actually like jumps and dashes forward and stabs with the sword while blocking with the shield. It's very strong, and you can sort of just chain them together and just it automatically roll catches. It's very good. If someone doesn't roll towards you and they just keep rolling backwards because they forgot this is a thing, which I have definitely done a few times, the Valor Heart's a very fun weapon, but you can't infuse it, you can't buff it. It would have been cool if you could buff it, but I think it would have been weird because of the shield. I think the shield would have made it weird because the sword and the shield. You might want to put magic shield on the shield, and you're like, wait, you can't do that because it's a paired weapon, you have to two-hand it first, but because it's also a sword and a shield, you're like, why can't I do that? And then, I don't know. It's a Twinkling Titanite upgrading weapon. It's very interesting. I'm planning on using it in the future. Now we have Greatswords. Greatswords are strength scaling with dexterity scaling. That means they're quality weapons, as they usually are. They're surprisingly heavy. For some reason, they decided Greatswords are heavier than they usually are, especially the Claymore, which I believe has like 8 units. And this will come up later when I'm talking about a different weapon. Anyway, at the moment, we're talking about Greatswords. So they're best two-handed for the hyper armor. Greatswords definitely define the middle level of effectiveness with just enough speed and armor for both to matter. They're common weapons, as in a lot of people use them. I believe is very good to say, but they're also just like there's so many of them that they are common just because of that. So the Claymore has stance. And because the Claymore has stance, that makes a lot of people in Elden Ring be like, why isn't there a greatsword that has stance? So, anyway, the Claymore has stance. It basically works exactly like a straight sword. It does the uppercut maneuver, which breaks guards easier, and it has the thrusting, like forward attack, which has more armor and does more damage. The Flamberge does this as well, but the Flamberge specifically has higher damage on it. Anyway, the Claymore has, you know, the good old thrusting heavy attacks. It even has a two-handed thrusting rolling attack. But it doesn't do it when it's one-handed. It's in general better two-handed, but it's somewhat slow. And it's not amazing, I would say. But it's the Claymore, and the Claymore is very popular because of what it does. It's just the standard big sword, what doth a stabbing? And it's definitely very cool because of that. The Flamberge has innate bleed buildup. As I said, it does higher damage on its heavy stance attack because it has the stance much like the Claymore does, which is probably also one of the... Because now that I think about it, I believe the Drake Blood Greatsword and the other one, the Greatsword of Judgment, and the Storm Ruler, and the Twin Princes, and those ones also have stance, now that I think about it, which would give more credence. I don't know why I was saying, I completely forgot that other things had stance. Anyway, the Flamberge works much like the Claymore, except for it's just different. It has bleed buildup. The Drake Blood Greatsword is the lightest. It only weighs 6 units, which is how much the Claymore used to, and it's also the shortest. It has innate magic and lightning damage. It can also be buffed and or infused. This makes it one of the only magic damaging weapons that can be buffed and or infused. There are very few of those, I'd like you to know. And something that I would like to see, let me just say this real quick, is the Drake Blood Greatsword is a weapon from Dark Souls 2. Dark Moonblade is a miracle from Dark Souls 1. So if you use this weapon in Dark Souls 3, and you buff it with Dark Moonblade, you are essentially using something from Dark Souls 1 on a weapon from Dark Souls 2 while playing Dark Souls 3. And you could also infuse it with something like heavy or sharp, which is an infusion from Dark Souls 3 and nothing else. So I just think that would be funny. And also it's effective because it has innate magic, it has faith scaling, and wait, does it have faith scaling? I don't think it does, actually. Yeah, it does not have faith scaling. You can just you can slap sharp on it and be like, yeah, this is my Dark Souls 1, 2, 3 weapon. It's just funny. Personally, the Drakeblood Greatsword is my favorite because you can just, it has the innate lightning damage. I can buff it with lightning, I use it with lightning stuff. Lightning is definitely better, but Dark Moonblade would be fun on it, and the coolest thing you can do with it is you can put Blessed on it, which increases its faith. It gives it faith scaling, which adds to its lightning damage, which is why I like it. You could do that for other weapons with similar ideas, it's just this one is a great sword, and it has the Dark Souls 2 moveset where it does the flopping thing. It does the flop, the up to down, the down to up, and then the left to right, and then the up to the down to up, and then the left to right. It's just interesting, it's cool. Because there's only 2 of those in this game, and I don't remember if I put it on here. Yeah, for some reason I didn't put on the Hollow Slayer Greatsword. The Hollow Slayer Greatsword also has the flopping moveset, it has higher dexterity scaling, and it does higher damage to hollows, but not just anyone is going to have the hollow damage, you know, we were talking about it earlier, it raises luck. But it also has stabbing maneuvers, which Drakeblood Greatsword does not have. Unfortunately, when it's one-handed, it has the stabbing heavy, but when it's two-handed, it does not have stabbing maneuvers. The Hollow Slayer does. It's also a lot longer. It has pure physical damage. It's a bit better. But I didn't put it on here for some reason. I should have done that. I could do it right now, but I don't care. Executioner's Greatsword restores 7 focus points with each kill. This is important. Well, it's not really important, but it is nice to have. It's cool. We have the simple infusion, so you don't really need to have it, but you also can't infuse this because it does this, but you can actually buff it, which is interesting. And I don't remember if this is blunt damage or not, but the Executioner's Greatsword is nice to have. It's just, it restores 7 FP on each kill, it's cool. But it doesn't have stance, instead it has the, like, stamp and then the spinning thing. So the Onyx Blade is the longest greatsword with innate dark damage, but its weapon art gives it fire damage. So it's 3-way split damage. It's still more damage and you can't buff it otherwise, but it doesn't really work with the weapon. It does have a lot of thrusting attacks, which is interesting because it's the longest, but it's cool. It's just, it scales with faith and intelligence, and then it has this weapon art that scales with faith and intelligence, but it does a completely different element. I don't know. I guess it's so that it can have the dark fire thing going on, like Black Flame and such used to have. They don't have it anymore in this game, it's just pure dark damage. Because dark is essentially fire anyway, but I don't know. I don't know what they were going with, but this messes it up. This messes it up for sure. But yeah, it's the longest, so it's actually still really good. Greatsword of Judgment buffs itself with its stance weapon art, so if you use either of its stance moves, it buffs itself with higher magic damage. And it also has different stance attacks than the other greatswords do, where its light version does a thrust, and its heavy version fires a projectile, which also swings the sword. It's cool. The Greatsword of Judgment. I wish more people used it. It's also like purple when it buffs instead of like blue. It's like Dark Moon because it's a Dark Moon weapon. It was a ceremonial sword given to Pontiff, which is why it's all like, he's got the red one and the blue one. It's cool. I don't think it has any thrusting attacks though. I don't remember if it's one-handed one does thrust, but the stance does the thrust, and that's pretty cool. So the Storm Ruler is very loud. This is important to know because I made a build around it where I just made as much noise as possible, and it was just stupid. And it's not very strong, but the fact remains it's a great sword, which means it has hyper armor on its two-handed moveset, and it has no stat requirements. So if you wanted to have armor and your build just can't use anything else, this is an option. You could just use perseverance, but the fact remains this is an option that's more permanent. You still need to know how poise works. Poise, specifically when you have a high enough amount, will allow you to armor through things. Wow, Havel's armor is very silly for poise. Once you have like 36 or 38 or so, I don't remember exactly how much, you can use a two-handed greatsword to hyper armor through other greatswords, and that's why it's like, I don't really like hyper armor. Anyway, Moonlight Greatsword has seen better days, which is to say it has split physical and magic damage. But it's still a respectable weapon for intelligence build, and I'd say this is important because in Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, and Demon's Souls, it has not been split damage. Dark Souls 3 they took that away. They're like, no, that's too good. And, like, it doesn't really matter, it's still really good, but, like, it just doesn't fire the explosive projectile. It still fires a projectile. It's just not the explosive projectile for some reason, which used to cause knockdown, by the way, and it doesn't do that either. And instead it has, like, the Bloodborne thrusting attack, which also wasn't good, but I admit it is cool. It is cool still. It's just not good. You can parry hit, and you're not going to hit anyone with it unless they're standing there, like they try to trade with it. It does have higher hyper armor, which, as I said just a moment ago, I don't like. Anyway, it's a respectable weapon for intelligence builds. It does actually do a lot of critical damage. If you get a riposte with it, it does a lot of damage. It does like 1,000 something. Then we have the Twin Prince's Greatsword, which can fire a fast projectile from its stance. That is to say, it has the Lothric's Holy Sword, Ash of War, weapon art ability. I was being careful and I still said it. I was like, no, that's wrong. I need to correct myself. That's not correct. It is the weapon art. We're playing Dark Souls 3 now. Okay, so the Twin Prince's Greatsword, it fires a fast projectile. It works like the Lothric's Holy Sword. The difference is it's a great sword, which means it has hyper armor, and its other version, its other part of the stance that it has is the uppercut thing, like the Claymore and the Flamberge. It's a bit slower, but it also follows a trail of fire. It's not as cool as it should be, but it's supposed to be mirroring the Lorien Greatsword. And that one does the same thing, but I don't remember if it buffs itself with fire when it does that, because otherwise there's really never a reason to do that. It's just not very good. The projectile is definitely the best part, because it does a lot of damage on this thing, which is crazy. It has innate fire damage. I don't believe it has anything else. It's just... it's not amazing, but it has this effect, which is really strong. But the problem is it's just a greatsword. It doesn't have the thrusting stuff like the Claymore does. It's just, it has the stance thing. But it's not the Greatsword of Judgment, which does magic damage. It has 2 good stance attacks. It works a lot similarly to the Greatsword of Judgment, is what I would say. Then there's Gale's Greatsword, which is a powerful weapon art combo, where you do R1, or you do the light attack two-handed, you do the parry move, the heavy parry, the L2 left-handed parry. Anyway, you do its weapon art, and then you do its weapon art again, and it hits for a lot of damage. It puts you in the air because it does a big jump and slams down, and yeah, it's just very normal, very good. It works a lot like the Hollow Slayer, except for it doesn't have the flipping attack with the light attacks, but it does have the thrusting heavy attack. So you can hit people with the tip of the sword by doing the thrusting attack. It comes out at a sort of slow, like, moment. It's just an option. It's pure physical damage. I don't believe you can buff it. And it's cool to jump around, you know? There's also the the Wolf Knight's Greatsword, which flips with its weapon art. With its stance, it has the option of doing the spin or the flip. But it's just very basic compared to Gale's Greatsword, which does the giant flip, which follows up into a spin, or it does a jump backwards into another Grand Slam, which does not combo, by the way. But you can, like, reverse backstep using that weapon art, and then reverse jump up into the air, and then stab. It has a lot more skill to it, I would say. So that's why that one's notable. Also has a higher strength scaling. Wolf Knight does too, but anyway, we're moving on to Ultra Great Swords. Ultra Great Swords are mainly strength scaling. I don't really need to show you these numbers. The numbers, you go up to 40 if you want, maybe 27 strength, 40 dexterity, 40 faith, 40 intelligence. I told you about it in the generalize. You go into the numbers, you get the requirements, you put the infusion on, you force it to be heavy, and then it's like, okay, you can buff it if you feel like it. Buffs are not very good. Buffs are not very good until you get like 30, 30, 45, 45 intelligence, maybe 40, 60 intelligence, maybe 60 faith, get lightning blade going, things like that. I'll tell you later. So these are mainly strength scaling, particularly heavy. That means that they are 15 units or so. They're very heavy. Because Claymore was already 8 units, things over here are going to be like 12, 15, 20. A couple of them are like 28. I believe the Fume Ultra Greatsword is 28, 26. So yeah, Ultra Greatswords are best used two-handed for the unparryable light and heavy attacks and strength boost. You can still parry the rolling and running attacks on them, even if they're two-handed. You wouldn't necessarily need them to be unparryable, but the fact is it's an option. They're very slow. I recommend making sure you actually hit someone with them, because it's very easy to get roll backstabbed. You need to be very careful, but it's definitely a possibility to do pretty well with an Ultra Great Sword. They're difficult to use effectively, like I'm saying, due to the speed, but they're also annoying to fight because of the armor, with their hyper armor, which goes with poise, just like anything else. If you're a dragon, you know you're naked, you don't have any poise, unless you have on the poise stuff, but even then it doesn't really give you all that much. People can hit you straight out of this attack because you don't have any poise, which means you don't have nearly enough hyper armor. So yeah. I don't know if you can actually armor through Ultra Great Swords. I haven't tried. And I don't know how much poise you would need. Ooh, sorry, I need to take a moment. Okay, so the Astoria Greatsword is the lightest. It's ridiculously so. It only weighs 6 units. So you know how I said these are 12? This one is half that. I don't know why. It even has really good scaling. It's so powerful and stupid. It's just like they wanted you to use Ultra Great Swords. Like, this thing, it has 16, 18 requirement, right? But it has an A scaling in whenever you infuse it with. So it's mostly a sharp weapon, but clearly you can also put heavy on it and be pretty good with it. Refined, not so great, without more investment, of course. But you can just put crystal, fire, chaos, steep, lightning, dark, poison, whatever you want on it, and it's still pretty good. It's the lightest one. And my problem with it is that it's lighter than the Claymore. The Claymore has 8 units. This has 6 units. What were they thinking? Why does this have 8? Why does this have 6 units? Why is it a thing? It even has the charge weapon art. You can just run people over and hit them multiple times. If they roll backwards, they just die. It's really easy to parry. If someone tries to do it to you, just parry it. But why is it a thing? It's ridiculous to me. Anyway, there's the Lothric Knight Greatsword, which has innate lightning damage. It can also be infused and or buffed. This thing's really strong. It's an Ultra Great Sword, so it's going to be kind of hard to hit people with it, but it's really strong. If you infuse it with, you can infuse it with Blessed, like I was saying earlier with the, Drakeblood Greatsword, which has innate lightning as well. If you infuse it with Blessed, it gives it faith scaling. Well, you see lightning scales with faith, because the lightning infusion also scales with faith. So you could also just slap lightning on there, but the thing is you can slap Blessed on there, and the difference is not all that much, depending on like what you're going for. Like, it's gonna be less damage than lightning infusion, but the thing is you can also slap on heavy, and then you can put on lightning blade, and you can be like, oh, this thing does a lot of damage now. But it's not going to last for very long. It's just, it does a lot of damage. Lots of lightning damage. Look at that thing. It's very powerful. Anyway, Cathedral Knight Greatsword has strike damage. It can perform a two-handed light attack into an uncharged heavy attack. This is a true combo. This is a true combo. None of the other ones can do that. It's purely because it's strike damage, which is why I was saying earlier for the Murky Hand Scythe and the Harp, because they're slash damage, they can do these longer hit stuns. But anyway, the Cathedral Knight Greatsword, it might be because it's light enough to do it compared to the other ones, like the Fume Ultra, I believe, also has strike damage, I don't remember. But the Cathedral Knight Greatsword, it has very high strength scaling. It can do this light attack into an uncharged heavy attack. It's very cool. Hold on. Okay. So the Black Knight Greatsword has a fun two-handed heavy attack that is best used without locking on. And what I mean by this is you can turn away from your opponent, because normally you slam the sword onto the ground and then you charge as you scrape it up, and then you uppercut real suddenly with it, right? Well, you can force them to get hit by the whole thing if you look at an angle away from your opponent so that the greatsword slams onto them while it's charging, and then you can sort of drift back around and uppercut them with the actual attack. And it's a true combo. I did it in my Black Knight Greatsword move, my Black Knight weapons cross souls a lot. It was very fun. And you can also do it with the axe, by the way, the Great Axe, but right now we're talking about the Great Sword. The Great Sword has a much more fun moveset because when it's one-handed, you can do this, like, giant thrusting uppercut attack. It looks really cool. I would say this is the best the Black Knight weapons have ever been. In Dark Souls 3, if you want to use a Black Knight weapon, this is the time to use the Black Knight weapons. So the Black Knight Greatsword is the coolest one, I would say. Then there's the Fume Ultra Greatsword, which retains its ability to be used as a shield, which is to say it has really high stability and blocking effects, but also during its stamp, its like stomp, I believe it's called. In this one, for some reason it's stomp, and in Elden Ring it's stamp, but anyway, if you use its weapon art and you follow through with its whole attack, it actually has block property on its stomp part. So people will deflect off of the Ultra Greatsword, and then they will get crunched by the whole thing. It will do a lot of damage. It can hurt really bad. You can also buff it. It got nerfed because of how strong it was, and I'd say it's still pretty good, but the requirements, I believe, are much the same as they were in Dark Souls 2, which is to say, okay, they're not, but they're still really high. Before, it used to have 40 strength and 30 dexterity requirement. In Dark Souls 3, it has 50 strength and 10 dexterity requirement. This is quite clearly a strength weapon. You cannot infuse it. You can buff it, which means it's a good candidate for Blessed Weapon, which gives you a 15% damage boost of pure physical damage to whatever weapon it's on, and this being a very powerful strength weapon means very good with that. It only lasts for 15 seconds, as I said, but it also gives you regeneration based on its faith. But you really don't need that because you're mostly using it for the physical damage here. So then there's the Ring Knight paired Greatswords, which were a very big problem. They got nerfed at least once. I don't remember if they got nerfed twice. But they have a moveset that can be difficult to deal with up close and are a paired weapon. This is to say, they have very high requirements of 40 strength and 15 dexterity. Looking at the Fume Ultra Greatsword, it has a bit higher, but Ring Knight paired Greatswords are a one-handed weapon, a paired weapon, you know. You cannot meet the strength requirement by two-handing them. You actually have to have 40 strength in order to use these, so that makes them a little bit harder to use because of that, but once you do, they're very powerful, and you just need to delay their follow-up attack and roll catch someone, and then they get comboed into the third part of the paired moveset, and they just die. You just... what was it? You do the paired attack, then you do the follow-up, then you slightly delay the third part, or if you don't delay it and your opponent's just panicking, then they'll get hit by the third part, and then the third part automatically goes into the fourth part, and then they just die. And also its weapon art is really cool and combos into itself, so that can be very cool to do. The biggest part about the Ring Knight paired Greatswords is they do this charge forward, where they do this like stab with the swords, and during that charge, if you're too close to it, you'll get stunned into the charge, so that it's a guaranteed combo into the rest of the combo. And that was the biggest issue. So if, as long as you have hyper armor to go through that, then you're probably okay. And you should just always have hyper armor, because there's just so many things that are a problem like that. Like, people are going to try to cheese you with stuff like this. And you just need to have, just have a caestus in your offhand. Get perseverance going. Anyway, there's a Farron Greatsword, which is another paired weapon, which has the ability to parry. With its weapon art, it has parry when it's two-handed, which means you can use it alongside like a weapon skill shield, and people will be like, whoa, you can parry me still? And like, using a great shield, you're like, whoa, suddenly this is the thing. It's still difficult to do. It's like a medium parry, I believe, or close to it. But its paired moveset has a particularly long hit stun combo. Its running attack and its light attack are identical, and they still combo into the second part of the moveset. Its rolling attack's not so great. I would probably just do the normal one, but that's pretty much it. The third part in the combo, it looks cool, but you should never do it. Just never do the third part in the combo. Just do the first two parts. It's also not that powerful, and you can parry the whole moveset, but it holds you down for so long. Someone else can be doing something that like a fully charged Fume Ultra Greatsword R2, and you just die. So yeah, that's Ultra Greatswords. Up next are curved swords. So with curved swords, they're majorly dexterity scaling. You can't really force them to be strength weapons like you can with other stuff because of how much dexterity scaling they have. But they're mainly lightweight, which is to say that a lot of them are 4 units or 3 units, something like that. They're best used two-handed, but surprisingly effective one-handed, which is to say they have some moves in their one-handed moveset which come out particularly fast, such as their kick, which is a flip attack which has a little bit of hyper armor on it. Comes out faster when they're one-handed, and you can use them alongside a crossbow, which crossbows are very strong as well, and because of these two things put together, they can be useful other than two-handed, but as the weapon itself, it's better to two-hand it. So they're powerful, fast weapons when two-handed, mainly the specific ones that were nerfed. These would be the Scimitar, the Pontiff Knight Curved Sword, the Rotten Grue Curved Sword, the Painting Guardian Curved Sword, the Shotel, the Demon's Scar, and these are all faster, and all but the Demon's Scar can parry in the offhand. So all of these ones that get the moveset that was not nerfed alongside all the other ones, which are kind of not on here because they were nerfed, the Demon Scar is the only one that cannot parry. And that's because it is used to cast Pyromancies. But first, the Storm Curved Sword, which is one of the ones that were nerfed, can cause knockdown with its weapon art. This is notable because none of the other ones do that. So you could send someone flying off a cliff if you hit them with its Spinning Slash, which is called Tornado. And it's pretty cool. It's also very long, and you get it from the Storm King, the Nameless King's soul. So it's a pretty interesting weapon, but that's it. That's all it really does. It doesn't. Also, these ones, they have the effective one-handed moveset. The other ones do not really do that. The Storm Curved Sword, it does not get the kick that goes into a flip. The kick input is like forward and light. If you do forward light, like the kick, then you get the flip using one of these, but not with the Storm Curved Sword and the similar nerfed Curved Swords. So, Pontiff Knight Curved Sword is the longest of the faster curved swords and inflicts frost with its weapon art, which the weapon art is very long, which this thing is already long, so that's pretty interesting, but it's not as good as its main moveset. I would go so far to say the Pontiff Knight Curved Sword is the best weapon in all of Dark Souls 3. Other weapons do not compare to this. It is just the best weapon in Dark Souls 3. If you want to beat people, you use the Pontiff Knight Curved Sword. It's so fast. It's a dexterity weapon, which doesn't really matter. Strength weapons, I love strength weapons. They're typically the better version in Dark Souls, in all the games, technically, because in Dark Souls 1, strength weapons, they are the high backstab damage weapon. Anyway, Pontiff Knight Curved Sword is the best weapon in the game. The only thing that I would say could be better would probably be the Murky Hand Scythe, but even then, like, if you know how to use it, you just pull out the Caestus, and then it's like, what do you do? Against the Pontiff Knight Curved Sword, it's like the same idea. It's like, you pull out the Caestus, then what do? Well, you see, it's still long enough to outrange that, it's still fast enough to not care, you're still getting hit, and that's essentially what's going to happen with the Murky Hand Scythe as well. But the Murky Hand Scythe, you can no longer, you can't pressure people with the Murky Hand Scythe after they've used Perseverance. With the Pontiff Knight Curved Sword, you can still pressure them because they can't hit you from the range that you're hitting them from. So, the Demon Scar, coming up next, can be used to cast Pyromancies. It's actually one of the stronger weapons. It's actually pretty long as well. I would compare it to the Pontiff Knight Curved Sword, but the problem is, it is actually pure fire damage, which is really cool. This thing's got to be one of the better, like, more interesting weapons in Dark Souls 3. It can true combo with a couple of pyromancies, namely Black Flame, Great Combustion, I believe a couple of other things, but I'm not sure exactly what. And it also has the alternate moveset in the offhand. I actually think you can combo it into, what is it? Chaos Bed Vestiges with enough speed, but I'm not sure about that. I'm not completely certain about that. Even then, it's not necessary to really do that, but it has the alternate moveset, which is to say it does the nerfed moveset in the offhand because it doesn't have the parry like all the other ones do. I used to think, I was like, why does it do that? Why does it do the different moveset in the offhand? Well, because it can't parry. Because instead of the parry, it has that thing. And that still doesn't really make sense, because all of these, when they're in the offhand, they do their light attack like they normally do, and this one doesn't. So it's actually really good in the offhand, because it has the wide swinging, like, the nerfed curved sword attack. And you can still cast, you know, the spells, which is one of the best things about catalyst weapons, or spellcasting weapons, as we call them. Because they can have a full moveset in the offhand. So yeah, the Demon Scar, it's very interesting, very powerful, very cool. Very cool pyro hand thing. It's just... Up next are the Sellsword Twin Blades. The Sellsword Twin Blades, not on this list, still are able to parry in the offhand. And the Warden Twin Blades also do that. They work exactly the same way. They do exactly the same moveset. The only difference is the Warden Twin Blades, instead of having crazy high scaling and damage and all that, the Warden Twin Blades have bleed damage, which means you can use them alongside bleed buildup, and I wouldn't say that's all that good anymore. It's still an option, it's still really good, it's just the Sellsword Twin Blades are so much stronger than the Warden Twin Blades, despite the Warden Twin Blades being heavier, I believe, that they have the true combos where you can do a light attack. It doesn't matter which light attack you can do the weapon art following that, and then you can do the light attack again. So you could do the light paired attack, the weapon art, and then the light paired attack again. This does a ridiculous amount of damage. You don't do the whole weapon art, by the way, you just do the first part of it. You can choose to do the whole thing, but this is more damage. So you can also do the one-handed light attack into the weapon art, into the paired light attack, because it's just, they're that powerful. The problem is actually getting close enough to do that, but the cool thing is once you do, it takes a lot of damage. It takes away a lot of health from the opponent. So the Sellsword Twin Blades are also the very often used speedrunning weapon, I believe, that just destroys the entire game for you. Because you start out with them, they're very easy to get, they scale very heavily with dexterity, they're very powerful. And you should, because they're paired weapons benefit greatly from consecutive attack up things, so you put on the Pontiff's right eye, and then you're just good to go, right? So then there's the Dancer's Enchanted Swords, which actually do not get the flip, they get the kick, which is interesting. They're a paired weapon with a massive true combo, where you do the paired light attack. I said left light here because I didn't think to say paired yet, and left is also shorter, and I was trying to save space, but you do the weapon art, and then you do the heavy part of the weapon art, but you do not hold it, because the Dancer's Enchanted Swords, they actually have an infinite combo, as long as you just land the weapon art by itself, and then hold the heavy attack follow-up until your FP or your stamina is depleted. If your FP is depleted before your stamina, then the combo will keep going, but it will no longer true combo into itself. So you'll still drop the combo. If your stamina is depleted, then you will end the combo and do the like spinning thing where it does the finishing attack, which is also going to combo off of that. And this thing is just crazy. If you stack on the Pontiff's Right Eye, the Old Wolf Curved Sword, and maybe Karthus Beacon, I wouldn't recommend it because of all the requirements it has and how short it lasts, but it is an option. I would prefer to use what's it called? Power Within. Power Within would be better, especially because if you also have the sword on, it's going to be healing you during that time. The Old Wolf Curved Sword. So this is just a fun combo that I like to get. It's very hard to land because of how slow it is, but if you do land it, it does like 900 damage, which is a significant amount. As you can see, we only have like not even half that, and there's no way we're going to have half that because only the host can do that. But anyway, moving on. We have curved greatswords. I said this in Elden Rings, but curved greatswords are always effective weapons in all of the Souls games, and it's still true in Dark Souls 3. They're mainly dexterity scaling with higher strength requirements. They're heavyweight weapons. That means they have like 10 units of weight to them no matter what. They're similar one-handed or two-handed, which is to say the moveset is practically identical, but technically the one-handed heavy attack is not a giant slam, it is a wide swing, much like the light attacks are. So it could be technically said to be better one-handed, but the two-handed moveset, its heavy attacks cannot be parried, so that could also be a benefit if you think about it, but no one's going to be trying to parry the two-handed heavy attack unless they just simply don't know that and they're trying to one-shot you with stuff. So you could get someone with that. You could get someone with that, most certainly, but two-handed gets a strength boost and access to weapon arts, so of course two-handed is nice, but I would say two-handed is typically better, but one-handed, like I'm saying, is still really good, especially since you can use it with offhand stuff, so they're long-reaching and highly armored weapons that are mainly used for their strength variant, which is to say the Exile Greatsword has higher strength scaling and is just extremely powerful. You can get it very early on for minimal effort, and it's that strong. It's just that strong, but it's very basic. Doesn't have a incredible moveset. The Karthus Curved Greatsword and the Murakumo also have the same moveset, but the Karthus Curved Sword is slightly lighter, which is to say 10.5 units instead of 11 units, and it has innate bleed, and I quite like that. It's very nice that it's a little bit lighter. I like it when things are light, because then I can make other investments that are nice, but you can buff this with Karthus Rouge, get some bleed going. I don't recommend it, it's not amazing. The Exile Greatsword is just stronger, but the Herald Curved Greatsword has a more unique weapon art that enables true combos. So you do the light attack, you do the whole weapon art, it does a lot of damage, it hits several times. It's pretty strong, and I've been looking at it lately, and I'm pretty sure that it's mostly like a quality weapon. You can get strength going if you wanted. Then there's the Old Wolf Curved Sword, which has a pretty basic moveset, but it also has the one weapon art that the, what's it called? The Bloodhound's Fang in Elden Ring does, where you jump backwards. But the problem is it doesn't combo, it doesn't have a very good effect to it. I don't think it has iframes on its follow-up. I don't even remember what its follow-up is. Also, it's actually different, isn't it? I don't remember, but you like jump backwards. You jump backwards with the Old Wolf Curved Sword, and then you lunge back in, and there's a problem with that, and that's only because it gets you away from your opponent, and you need to be pressuring them. So it's mostly only good for hosts, but the problem is, in order to get it, you have to do PvP or a lot of farming, because it's a Covenant reward from the Wolf Covenant. And the Wolf Covenant happens to have a lot of very try-hard hosts who are very good at the game, and it's very difficult to defeat them, and I have a video on it on my explaining Dark Souls 3 thing, but yeah, it restores health, it boosts your attack, even if it's in your offhand, even if you don't have the status requirements. I was talking about this in the curved swords for the Dancer's curved sword. It's a very nice boost to your attack and your health. It's not amazing, it's not as good as the Pontiff Eye Rings, but the fact is it stacks with them, so it's a good idea to have all of them, because you're just missing out on damage if you're not. Anyway, we're moving on to Thrusting Swords. Thrusting Swords are majorly dexterity scaling. They are lightweight, which is to say they are 4 units or less. 4 units to 2 units, I would say. Best used one-handed behind a strong shield, which is to say Thrusting Swords are not all that great in Dark Souls 3 somehow. You can use them in your offhand, and I would say they're a little bit better, but if you're going to use it like for what it is, as a thrusting sword, you should use it behind a shield, using it one-handed, and even then I wouldn't say it's all that great. But they're mostly used in the offhand to complement slower main-hand weapons, and they can bounce off of some defensive arts one-handed, which is to say perseverance. I believe they even bounce off of some great shields. I'm not completely sure, but it's Iron Flesh and the Havel's Great Shield weapon are things that they'll bounce off if they're one-handed. The problem is, two-handed, they're not much different when they are one-handed, and they're heavily, they're just not as good as they are in Dark Souls 2. For a while they definitely were, the S-Stock, but it's just, they got nerfed at one point, and they just don't feel right to me anymore. They just don't have the range that they should, and they're not very good at all. I don't know what to tell you. The thrusting swords just don't feel good to me, but the rapier, specifically, none of the other thrusting swords, the rapier can parry in the offhand. It's just this one. I don't know why, but it makes me want to use it more often. But then I realized I could just be using a curved sword, and the curved sword actually does have a good moveset, so I stopped doing that and I use the scimitar now. Anyway, the S-Stock has a wide swinging heavy attack. If you're going to use a thrusting sword, the S-Stock is probably the best one to use. It has higher dexterity scaling, which is weird because in Dark Souls 2 they decided it should be the heavy one, the strength scaling one, which makes sense, but it's also really strong. And the S-Stock in this one has the wide swinging heavy attack, as it always has had. S-Stock's probably the best one to choose. There's also the Rickard's Rapier. The Ricard's Rapier, I wouldn't know how to say it because it's a name and that depends on who's saying the name. Rickard's Rapier has a multi-hitting weapon art. Instead of its normal heavy attacks, which do the multi-hits, they decided to put it on the weapon art. The cool thing about this is, if you get counter hits and it's you buffed it with something, it's going to hit multiple times, it's going to do a whole lot of damage, and I've heard a couple of people have made like glass cannon super murder builds with this, because it does actually go a fair distance, and you could outspace someone using an ultra greatsword or something, and then just stab them a whole bunch and they die. It's pretty cool. There's also the Crow Quills, which are a paired weapon, but the problem with the Crow's Quills is their paired light attack doesn't combo into its second paired light attack. As you can see, I started using paired light. And it must be done from the non-paired light attack. So you gotta use the normal light attack to combo into the second paired light attack. The cool thing is this is still a 4-hit combo. The weird thing is the paired light attack doesn't combo into the second part. And also you are one-handing this because it's a paired weapon, so if you're two-handing it, it pulls out these like quills, which is the quill part. So you have the thrusting sword in the main hand, the quills in the second part. It also has a little bit higher, I think, critical modifier, but it's nothing too crazy. There's also a couple of other rapiers that weren't very notable. One of them has frost buildup. I tried to use it for a while. It's not that great. The real problem is only the basic rapier can parry in the offhand. If more of them could do that, they'd be more useful. But the problem is, if you try to put one of these ones in the offhand, instead they will do the normal thing where they block with their light attack, and their heavy attack will do the thrust, and it just isn't that worthwhile to me. You can use them sort of like a halberd if you really wanted to, where you're using them for the length of the thrusting attack, pair them with a dagger, but I would say just use the halberd then. The halberd is a lot better at that, but it's an option, you can do that. It's something. I don't think thrusting swords are that great in Dark Souls 3, and I've never seen anyone use them since they got nerfed. So katanas. Katanas are majorly dexterity scaling. They don't want you to use them as strength weapons. They are medium weight, which is to say they weigh about 6 units to 8 units. They are best two-handed for the faster recovery and access to the weapon art. The weapon art is usually unsheath, it allows you to parry, and it also has a sweeping attack, which goes forward a bit. It does a decent amount of damage. A lot of people like to use the sweep and then start mashing attack. It can be difficult to do anything about, but you can definitely parry it. They also like to try to parry you. The parry is actually really hard to land. Katanas are often used for their running attacks, which are really strong, most certainly, and they're very good at finishing people off. They're sometimes used for their unsheathed weapon art, which is, as I was saying, their weapon art allows you to parry and allows you to do the big sweep. It can be nice. The washing pole is the longest katana. It does not combo into its light attack with its second light attack. So if you start mashing with the washing pole, the opponent can roll out of it very easily. They nerfed it at one point because everyone was using it, I suppose, much like they're using the Nagakiba in Elden Ring, but the washing pole got nerfed. It does not combo its light attack into its second light attack. You can't really do that in Elden Ring anyway, but the thing is, the washing pole doesn't do that. It also has higher requirements, but it's just really good for the running attack. Katanas are really good for the running attack. But you can also use spears for this, I will say. So the frayed blade can true combo into its heavy weapon art off of any light attack. I'm not completely certain about it, but I assume they can also combo off the heavy attack. And I'm actually pretty sure you can definitely do it when it's two-handed. I just don't know if you can do it one-handed, but I know you can do it one-handed with the light attacks. So you can combo a one-handed heavy attack into another heavy attack. You can actually see Half-Light, the NPC summon for the Spears of the Church. You can see him doing this to you if you're not careful. And you'll be like, dude, how come I can't do that? And then when I try to do it, you can definitely do that. You can definitely heavy attack into heavy attack with the one-handed thrusting attack. So it's definitely an option. It actually might be a good idea to use this one-handed, but the thing is, if you use it two-handed, you get it faster recovery. So two-handed is still very useful, I would say. But the problem is, if you want the weapon art, which is really strong, because what it does is it does either a ground-based projectile and also an attack that does dark damage, or it does a flurry of slashes, which is an up, down, down, up slash thing, which causes a whole lot of bleed build up because it's 4 attacks, remember? And it does dark damage, it looks really cool, it combos off of other stuff, and it's just, the frayed blade's really strong. However, it has a 40 dexterity requirement, and much like we said with the Ring Knight paired Greatswords, you have to reach the 40 requirement in order to use the weapon. Now that doesn't stop me, and I have it at level 50, which is insane, and I also did that again in Elden Ring with the Hand of Millennia, but let's not talk about that. The Frayed Blade, 40 dexterity, is a dexterity weapon. The Onikiri and Ubadachi are a paired weapon, and they can combo off its weapon art, which also causes a headshot hit stun, which is why you can combo off of it. It didn't do that before, and before you would be able to light paired attack into weapon art into light paired attack. And if people aren't paying attention, you do light paired you do the weapon art again, and it's just... The thing is, they buffed and nerfed this thing at different points in time, where before you could do that light paired attack, weapon art, light paired attack. You can't do that anymore. You can now do it again. To an extent, I believe you have to land the weapon art, and then you can follow up into a light paired attack. But I would recommend just doing a light attack, because I believe they can roll out after the first hit of the light paired attack. I am not sure, and I'm not completely certain about that, but this used to be a very powerful weapon. It's still very good, it's just not... Its moveset, other than that, is not very good. And it works similarly to the Gotthard twin swords, but this time it is not the longest, so it's specifically for its weapon art combo, which does and or doesn't work, because before bleed was very strong and they nerfed bleed, so this thing's been nerfed into oblivion and it's not nearly as good as it used to be. I would say its paired attacks are not very good either, and it's not very strong, but it is an interesting weapon, and I think it's notable because it can be pretty good. So next we have axes. Axes are mainly strength scaling, which is to say some of them have dexterity scaling and not as much strength as you might want them to, but they're usually light to medium weight, which is to say they could be very light, with like the Thrall Axe, or they could be somewhat heavy, like the Millwood the Butcher Knife. So they have like 2 units, 4 units, or 4 units, 6 units of weight, maybe 8. I'm not completely sure. Medium usually means 6 to 8, so 4 to 8 units of weight, probably. I don't know, the Butcher's Knife might be 10 because it's crazy like that. But they are best two-handed for the strength boost, but the moveset is completely the same. I would say similar, but completely the same one-handed. Which is to say, you can use them one-handed or two-handed, which actually makes them somewhat better than straight swords to an extent, because they are comparable to straight swords. And I don't like to talk about other weapons in the written parts here, but when it comes to actually talking about them, completely fair game. Axes are comparable to straight swords, but axes scale with strength, and strength is just better when you're not using it or also magic or something really strong like a scimitar, a Pontiff Knight curved sword, or a katana. Strength is really good because it also increases your physical defenses, as we showed earlier. And also you can two-hand. So at lower levels, strength is just generally better. So they're somewhat slower, but they're somewhat farther reaching, and effective one- or two-handed makes them powerful but straightforward because they don't have mix-up. They're always just the same thing, where it's just one sweeping attack, or just big heavy overhead. Then you go into War Cry, and then it's like run forward, smash, scrape on ground, uppercut, and those just aren't very effective. It's just very straightforward, big sweeping attack, which is why it's also not amazing to use axes. But axes are still comparable to straight swords, because straight swords do the same thing, and they do it very well. But straight swords also have the heavy attack, which can then combo into another light attack, and it follows up after, and axes can't do that. So straight swords have that more versatility to them. The Thrall Axe, anyway, has Quick Step, which is notable because Quick Step is very strong. It works much like Bloodhound Step did for a while in Dark Souls, in Elden Ring. Quick Step can avoid pretty much everything. There's nothing you can really do about it. I believe you can hit them out of it, but it's very unlikely. It's much better to just give up and be like, well, there's nothing I can do anymore. I would say that there's not a whole lot you can do about Quick Step. You could try poisoning or, frost, build up, make them run out of stamina so they can't do it. But Quick Step is just really strong. You could also use, there's an upcoming spear that has the ability to lower FP when you hit the opponent. You could try to do that, make them run out of FP, but again, we have the simple infusion, which restores FP for, over time. Anyway, the Thrall Axe is an axe that has Quick Step. That's notable. Dragon Slayer's axe has innate lightning, and it can be infused-buff. This is a very popular low-level weapon because of the things that I've said right here, and the things I said a moment ago, where it's comparable to straight swords and scales better with strength, which means you can two-hand it, you'll be just fine, or you can one-hand it, use it alongside a crossbow, and then you have the ability to infuse it. You could make it blessed, and then the lightning will scale, so you're also getting health back, or you can make it heavy, so it has even better strength scaling, and then you can buff it with lightning resin or lightning bundles, because bundles are lightning as well. And it becomes very strong. You even make it raw, and then just low level, and then all this other stuff I said, and it's just very good. And then there's the Millwood Battle Axe, which has a war cry that first runs forward. A lot of people use this for some reason. I believe it used to true combo into its follow-up attack, which was very oppressive because it works similarly to the Ring Knight paired Greatswords, which will stun you into the initial startup of the attack. The Millwood Battle Axe actually does not do that, and it will stun you, but the thing is you have to complete the whole thing, and it doesn't actually do damage with that stunning rush forward. The Warcry will stun you, but not for long enough to combo into its attack. I don't know why people use this. It's probably just because it runs forward. You can also use it with Iron Flesh or something similar, which would be Havel's Great Shield weapon art, but you will still be able to run forward, and that would be cool, but it's not good enough. I don't know what the utility is other than that. You can just use Quick Step. It does the same thing. Butcher Knife is the longest, with incredible strength scaling. You can buff it. You can buff it, and it restores health on hits. Its weapon art is Sharpen, which allows you to increase the amount it heals, I believe. And maybe raises the damage a little bit. I don't remember about that part. But the thing is, this is a very long axe, which can be buffed and restores health. It has a lot of strength scaling. You can actually get it very early on as well. It's very strong. It's very strong. But you can't infuse it. You can't infuse it. It has normal Titanite upgrade, not Twinkling Titanite upgrade, but it's just a good weapon. It has its basic butcher knife stuff where like you two-hand it, you do the two-handed chop motion. It's just very cool. The Eleonora, however, has a weapon art that adds HP recovery on hits with any weapon while it's active, making it have weird synergy as an offhand utility thing. So it's not very good as a weapon by itself. It's a two-sided axe, which typically those are just for their looks. It just looks nice. There's not really a good reason to have two slashing parts to an axe, I'd like to point out. I don't like how that looks. But the Eleonora has this weird buff, which I believe will work with the Butcher Knife, by the way, that makes it so your weapon now has hit point recovery on hits. So if you put this in the offhand, then you can use a one-handed weapon, which we said one-handed moveset similar for axes. Use it with the Butcher Knife, and suddenly you have like a whole lot of health back. A whole lot of health coming back. It's pretty cool. I think it also works with like crossbows and stuff. It's just an interesting idea. But I don't think it's a very good weapon. It also, I believe, has some pretty high requirement. Yeah, 20 strength. So if you wanted to use it as a weapon itself, it has 20 strength requirement. The Butcher Knife does not do that. Okay, it has 24. Never mind. But I think the Eleonora had a dexterity requirement? Well, not really. It only has 8. I think the spellcaster might start out with 7. I don't know. Eleonora has a weapon art. Okay, we did that. The Wing Knight twin axes are a paired weapon. So axes, good one or two-handed. Here's a paired weapon. It's one of the most powerful paired weapons, in fact. It's very straightforward, as we have said axes are. Its weapon art is nothing amazing. It doesn't even combo into itself. But it's very fun because you just start spinning. It's fun. It's very slow. It's not very strong. Doesn't combo into itself, but it's fun. But the real good part is their paired light attack, where they swing both the axes very quickly. You ready it, and then you swing. You're like, oh, yeah, and then you just swing at them. The follow-up combos off after that, which is important to note because, as we said earlier, the Crow Quills don't follow-up combo. And then, they have really high strength scaling. Let's slap them on here real quick. So these have really high strength scaling. They have 20 strength requirements, so you could use these alongside the Eleonora, I guess, but I don't believe the buff will stay active while you have these two-handed in their paired moveset. I don't believe it works on your back. But anyway, these just do an incredible amount of damage. You can also buff them, and like if you can infuse them, that means you can buff them, but it's important to note. These are really strong. They're very basic, but they're very strong. They don't have a good running attack. I would recommend doing the running one-handed light attack, not the running one-handed paired attack. They also don't have a good rolling attack, but axes are they're just straightforward. They don't have good rolling attacks, they don't have amazing running attacks, and the paired versions, paired running attack is worse than the axe's normal light running attack. So every now and then throughout the one-handed attack, which will combo into the paired attack, and just the winged knight twin axes are really strong. They do a whole lot of damage. Then we have Greataxes. Greataxes are actually immensely powerful in Dark Souls 3. They have very high strength scaling, and you can just 27 strength and go nuts with these things, and they keep scaling past that because they have such good strength scaling when you infuse them with strength. Like, let's just slap the Great Axe on here, infuse it with heavy, get the stat requirements for it of 32, and suddenly you have 613 damage because we're two-handing. And if you just keep going, it just keeps going. The number just keeps... Okay, the number kind of stops after 34? No, the number kind of stops after 40. Which is interesting because that's technically 60. When you're two-handing, that's technically 60. So yeah, they have a lot of strength scaling. And on top of that, Great Axe has War Cry, which increases its damage, and also modifies its R2s. So yeah, the modified R2s actually swing twice, which I would say is really good. But the problem is, during rolls, you have Hyper Armor, which is based off of your poise, and the first swing in a multi-hit attack is going to do less poise damage, so you ideally would want to hit them with the second part if you're trying to roll catch someone, which is going to be difficult because it's a bit slower, so that's just something to mention. But anyway, these are very heavy. Heavyweight means they are about as heavy as like a great sword, an ultra great sword, so they are like 10 to 16 units. They could probably get up to 20 something if some of them, but they're best two-handed for the strength boost, and like they look exactly the same one-handed or two-handed. Technically, the one-handed moveset, I believe, combos its light attack into its light attack more often. I don't know why this is. I don't remember exactly what the idea was, but two-handing them for the strength boost is a good idea. They're significantly damaging weapons with high hyper armor values, making them dangerous to approach, but they're still slow enough to punish when they're by themselves. So, there is one problem with Great Axes. They are very basic. All of them have the same moveset, except for these two have, like, specifically interesting things about them, especially the Black Knight Great Axe, which has an incredible moveset with higher dexterity scaling. It's exactly how it is in Dark Souls 1, which is good because it was so disappointing in Dark Souls 2. It works much the same as the Black Knight Greatsword does, which is to say its two-handed heavy attack has the ability to combo into itself if you face away from the opponent while you're charging it, so you slam the axe down on them, then you bring it back around and uppercut them with the fully charged heavy attack. It's really nice. I don't think it's amazing, but it's an option. It's cool. Just like the Great Sword. But the thing is, it also has War Cry, which will change its heavy attack, so you won't be able to do that anymore, but it's also the only way to increase its attack, because you can't buff it, so it's still an option. It still looks cool with its heavy attacks from its War Cry buff, but they're not nearly as unique as its Black Knight versions. So the Earthseeker has faith scaling. It's very disappointing because it works exactly like the other Great Axes. It doesn't have a sweeping moveset. It has an overhead chop, overhead chop, overhead chop, overhead chop. Nothing is different about it. And but its weapon art causes the delayed ground explosion. It is somewhat significant. Technically, I could have also put on the Demon King Great Axe, or the Demon's Great Axe, or whatever it's called, but it's just a giant slam of explosion. This is much more interesting, I would think, and this is just better. And the best one to use would definitely be the Great Axe, because you can infuse it. You can buff it, you can infuse it, you can put War Cry on it. You can just do whatever you want with this thing, and it does a whole lot of damage. It has incredible strength scaling. But moving on from Great Axes, we have Hammers and Torches, because Torches actually have somewhat of a moveset in this one. There's two of them, and I decided to talk both of them, but Anyway, hammers typically have major strength scaling, which makes them a little bit stronger than axes, actually, because, well, we don't have anything like the Dragon Slayer's axe in the hammers movesets, or the hammer choices we have here, but we do have lightweight, so it's 2 to 4 units, typically, maybe 6 units on some of them. They're best two-handed for the hyper armor, which axes don't get, and the strength boost. So they have higher strength scaling, so the strength boost is really nice for them. The hyper armor is the best thing about hammers, most certainly. The fact that they get hyper armor means you can actually stack some poise and go nuts with them. You can out-trade other weapons of similar size, just because the hammers have hyper armor to them, so they are strong weapons. They don't see much use, likely due to requiring build knowledge of poise and other fast options being ridiculous, which is to say curved swords and straight swords, which, yes, this is true, however, hammers are still really good. They have the Reinforced Club, which has wide bat swings, which I love to see wide bat swings. They have that on their heavy attack, and they have innate bleed buildup. The club, instead of that, does jump attacks with its heavy attacks, which is why it's not on here, but it's comparable. And then there's the War Pick, which is very good. It has thrust damage, making it ideal for counter hits, and its weapon art boosts stamina recovery, which you don't see very often. However, the War Pick, I believe it has the Mace moveset, so it does the like weird up forward reaching and then sweeping to the side attacks, but the club moveset I would say is better, but it's still really nice, it's still really strong. I would say it's a good choice to use the War Pick. The Hazel Pick, however, is very similar because it has thrust damage much like the War Pick does, but it's also the ideal sorcery casting weapon. It true combos in a soul greatsword in the offhand or two-hand, or when two-handed, and you have max cast speed. It, because it does thrust damage, it's the best one. It's the best sorcery casting weapon. It's, like, you have no idea. It has no faith requirement. Its weapon art buffs sorceries. Like, it has a useful weapon art, just to say. Like, this is just the best one, and that's kind of... That's saying a lot. That's saying a lot. Okay, so ing on, the Drang Hammers. You could also just buff it, by the way, with, like, Crystal Magic Weapon, but the Drang Hammers are slow. They're comparable to the Wing Knight Twin Axes, but the Drang Hammers are much slower, and they have a particularly long hit-stun combo. So this is one thing about the Drang Hammers. This is better than the Wing Knight Twin Axes. The Drang Hammers have a usable weapon art that they can combo into. And they can combo into the full thing. They don't have to do light, weapon art, light. They can just do light, weapon art, finisher. And it's such this long combo. It holds them down for about as long as the Farron Greatsword does. It's just... hitting someone with it is the hard part. It's cool. These are surprisingly powerful weapons. You could actually use them. The thing is, they have really high requirements. As you can see, they have 16 dexterity requirement. So that's a problem, because the Wing Knight Twin Axes are majorly strength, I believe. They do not have the dexterity requirement that these do. So you could just see we have 12 dexterity requirements, so that is one thing. The Wing Knight Twin Axes are stronger. They do more damage. They're also lighter, just by a little bit, just by like 5.5 units. But they have a lower dexterity requirement. And the Drang Hammers are more of a quality weapon. So yeah. Wing Knight, they compare. That's why I'm comparing them right now. So the flames of the basic torch can be loud if they fly directly at the camera during attacks. I decided to write that down because there's really only 2 torches, and for this to be about hammers and torches, I would like to talk about all the torches. The torch, when two-handed and one-handed, has heavy thrusting attacks, and when you do its running attack, it also does a thrust. It's actually pretty useful, but I do not recommend it as a main weapon. It's really not that powerful. And its weapon art is just torch attack, I believe, where you just attack with the torch. You can use it in the offhand, it does the same thing. The follower torch, however, oh, and the basic torch can also block in the offhand. I don't recommend it, but it looks silly. The follower torch has a weapon art that sprays fire in front of the user and otherwise has a basic mace moveset with thrusting heavy attacks. So it's actually a pretty good weapon, I would say. It's not amazing. The fact is that it has the hyper armor. Unlike the basic torch does, it has the hyper armor from two-handing and attacking with it, so that makes it particularly useful, and it also has a somewhat interesting weapon art where it sprays fire ahead of you. It's still not very good, but it's definitely an option. And now we have Great Hammers. Great Hammers are heavily strength scaling. They're mainly heavyweight, which is to say the Great Wooden Hammer is very light. It's very, if you need something that has a ridiculous amount of poise, but you don't want to have a lot of investment, a ridiculous amount of hyper armor, but you don't want to have a lot of investment into using it, the Great Wooden Hammer is that choice. So these are mainly heavyweight, which is to say, Leto's Great Hammer is extremely heavy, and a lot of them are like 16 units to like 28 units, I would say. So they are best two-handed for the wider swings and their strength boost, which is to say when they're one-handed, they just kind of do overhead hammer swings, which are not wide at all. They just do big slams, but when they're two-handed, they do side-to-side swings, which is very nice, very good. However, the one-handed heavy attack actually seems to be faster than the one-handed light attack, which is very interesting to me. And it's very weird, and I don't know why they did that, but at some point they did buff that. It is true, they buffed the one-handed moveset. Anyway, it does not combo into anything, it's something to say, something to point out. Often they're used for their high damage, but not typically fast enough to be used extensively. You can't use these for, like, the same effects that you would for other weapons, but talking about some of the weapons you can use over here, the Great Club has a wide swinging heavy attack, which can greatly mix up timing and combo into a follow-up light attack. It's very strong, you don't know how long someone's going to charge it, and the swing itself is very fast and covers a very wide area. It looks very similar to the light attacks, so you can't really prepare for it. It's just very strong mix-up, and it's one of the better Great Hammers, I would say, because of that. Spiked Mace have something similar about that, however it also has innate bleed buildup for no reason. It's interesting to think about. It has a spinning weapon art which can combo with two-handed light attack, weapon art light attack, which is to say you can hit people with the light attack, go into the weapon art, and then go into the light attack again, which is very powerful because I don't believe any of the other Great Hammers can do that, and it being a Great Hammer, that will do a lot of damage, and the fact that it has innate bleed buildup means that you could possibly bleed someone during this combo for even more damage. It's very strong strength scaling bleed weapon. And the weapon art has even more poise on it because it's a Great Hammer. It's crazy. And then there's the Pickaxe, which is actually a Great Axe, which is to say all it does is up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. It's not very strong. It does thrust damage, its weapon art boosts stamina recovery, much like the War Pick does, but the War Pick is actually a lot stronger than this, and I do not recommend using the Pickaxe, but it does have its good points where it boosts stamina recovery and it has thrust damage, so you could do pretty well with the Pickaxe, it's just not amazing. The Great Wooden Hammer, however, also has the spinning weapon art, which means it can do the light two-handed light attack, weapon art light attack, and it's the lightest Great Hammer, so if you don't want to use the Spike Mace, which is actually really heavy, you could use the Great Wooden Hammer, but it doesn't have the innate bleed buildup, it doesn't have nearly as much damage, but the fact is it's still a Great Hammer, which means it has a whole lot of hyper armor. So you could use this if you feel like being lazy and you're going up against maybe a Greatsword, and you need to hit someone out of their hyper armor without getting hit out of your own hyper armor, you can pull out a great hammer, the Great Wooden Hammer, and you can just be like, okay, I've had enough of your passive playstyle, I'm going to approach you with this Great Hammer now, you are not going to win this trade, I'm going to win this trade. That's what the Great Wooden Hammer is for. It also has a spinning weapon art, which can, as I said, light attack weapon art. So then there's the Dragon Tooth over here, which raises magic and fire defenses, much like it does in Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2. It's kind of the only one that does that now, which is kind of sad, because it used to be all of the dragon weapons used to do that, and now they don't. But Dragon Tooth raises your magic and fire defenses. It's actually pretty cool. But other than that, it doesn't really do anything significant. It also has Perseverance, which also raises all of your defenses. So if you wanted to make an anti-magic build, which I've seen a couple of people do, using the Dragon Tooth is a good choice for that. You can also buff it. You can buff the Dragon Tooth. You can put a Dark Moonblade on it, whatever you feel like. I don't know, Lightning would probably be better, but ideally you would just use a bundle, because putting investment into anything else wouldn't be good. But if you're a Faith build, you know, you have it anyway, you can put Lightning Blade on it, but I wouldn't recommend doing that, because Dragon Tooth is a strength weapon, requires a lot of strength scaling, and so just slapping on a Lightning bundle might be the best choice for that, especially if you're going to be using it against magic builds. Magic builds, you don't want to put Dark Moonblade on it, you just want to hit them with Lightning real quick, because Lightning is hard to resist to get endurance, and they're not going to have endurance if they're a magic build. So the Gargoyle Flame Hammer weapon art fires a flamethrower of fire, which is neat. It's neat. It's just neat. You know, we had Fire Breather earlier on that hammer? Well, this is a Great Hammer, which does the same thing. It's very neat. Nothing else does that. It's cool. It's cool, okay? It's a strength weapon, it does fire stuff, it does a flamethrower. It looks cool. I wish more things did stuff like that. That's cool. Anyway, the Quakestone Hammer has the longest lasting Perseverance effect, which, if its weapon art is cancelled by falling, you can apply to other things. So let's say that you're on a ledge, but the ledge has like ground beneath it. If you start up the Quakestone Hammer, which lunges forward during its weapon art and causes a giant explosion, which is why it's so long lasting, so that it can last during its entire weapon art, so you can make sure to get the whole weapon art out. The Quakestone Hammer is an option for sort of doing a sort of cheaty thing where you fall off a ledge and get a very long-lasting Perseverance effect, which means you cannot be stunned during this time and you have higher defenses. So then there's Leto's Great Hammer, which is massive, and it can be difficult to avoid its weapon art, which causes this big sweeping sweep into this giant slam. If you choose, you don't have to do the giant slam, and during this, it also buffs itself. So basically, if you roll into this, you have to make sure to roll the correct direction. Otherwise, the second sweep will actually catch you, and you'll have to be able to roll again, by the way, because it is 2 swings during its weapon art. And its massive, like, overhead slam also gets rid of the buff, and causes a large rock explosion to fly out from the shockwave, which can also be really hard to avoid. Which is why Leto's Great Hammer is often used, because also if they hit you with the weapon art, the first part, which spins, it combos into that giant overhead, and it does a massive amount of damage, so it's actually really useful. But it's not as good as the Great Club, I would say. Give me a second. Okay. So now we have spears, and spears are somewhat more dexterity scaling, but also strength scaling, which is to say they're quality weapons. They're mainly medium weight, which is to say they have 6 units most of the time, but a couple of them are 4 units, and some of them are 8 units to 10 units even. They are best two-handed for faster recovery, but they're similar one-handed moveset. And this is completely up to your own opinion. If you would like to use them one-handed, if you use them with a shield, this is also effective. However, I believe they are better two-handed, because if you're using the spear as a spear, then you don't really need anything in your offhand. You are going to be using it two-handed for the higher damage, because it's a quality weapon, and also for the faster moveset, so you can get one hit with its running attack, which actually does more damage than its light attacks, so you're going to be using the spear two-handed, it's much better. Sometimes used for their running attacks in long range. As I'm saying, their running attacks are similar to katana running attacks, and spears are in fact a lot longer, including the Saint Bident, which is particularly long, and also a couple of other ones like the Gargoyle Flame Spear, and there's a lot of spears on here. All the spears are pretty much really good for the most part. And a couple of the spears are actually put into a category of weapon called, I believe, pikes. Because of how long they are, they actually, because of this, are also a bit slower. Their attacks are a bit slower, so you need to be a little more careful with them. They don't have the same ability that other spears do, but they're still considered spears. They're in the same spear category. So, starting off, we have the Partisan, which has wide sweeping heavy, and a weapon art that's also a sweeping attack that enables for weird combos, which is to say you can do a fully charged heavy, and then you can do the weapon art, or you could just do a light attack, and then you can do the weapon art, or you can do the heavy, and then you can do the light attack, and then you can do the weapon art, I believe. I don't know about that one. You probably can't do that. That's too much of a combo. Usually it only lets you have 3 hits, but the thing is, the Partisan is an interesting weapon because of its sweeping heavy attack. So then we have the Tailbone Spear, which works similarly to the Tailbone Short Sword, which fires a projectile, which is not ground-based, and it causes knockdown, which means you can use it to shoot people off of ledges from a distance. It doesn't go as far as you might want it to, but it definitely is an option, and you have to pay attention to it because it causes knockdown, and because it causes knockdown, that means your opponent could catch up to you while you're getting back up. But it's kind of, I don't know, it's really the only thing it does. The Saint Bident is particularly long, it has faith scaling, and you can buff and or infuse it, which means it's really useful as a whole lot of reasons. I don't think the damage gets particularly high, but because of how long it is, the fact that it's faith scaling and all that other stuff, you can make it blessed infused, so it stays as like a pure physical damage weapon with the faith scaling, or you can make it lightning infused because it already has faith scaling, it has even more faith scaling, or you can just simply put it on a sharp build with like optimal dexterity and faith and slap on Dark Moon Blade or Lightning Blade, and it'd look real pretty and it would be very effective. But at that point, why don't you just use the Dragon Slayer Spirit? But anyway, Arstore's Spear restores health on kill and inflicts poison, so if you have this in your back, if you have this in your offhand, it will still get the health on kill effect, so it can be a good way to restore your health. I don't know why you really need to do that, because if you're following my guide, then you can be using medium heal with your FP recovering simple infusion, or you could just be using a blessed infused cestus and then get health all the time instead of just on kill. But Arstore's Spear is a spear, it inflicts poison, and I don't remember if it has the sweeping heavies, but it doesn't really matter because its weapon art, I believe, is just charge or shield piercer, and it's really not all that amazing, but it inflicts poison. So if you don't want to use the Grurot Spear for some reason, this does the same thing. The Follower Javelin has a weapon art that throws it and itself that throws itself, basically. The weapon art throws the weapon. And that was something that was innovative because I had been asking for that since Dark Souls 1, and they finally did that with the Follower Javelin. Unfortunately, the Follower Javelin is not nearly as strong as a Black Firebomb would be, which is very disappointing. But it still does what it does. It's very light at 4 units, which is to say it's the lightest spear. And personally, I believe it looks like a great arrow. So if you want to use it on a great bow build, which I did for a very long time, then this is an option. Additionally, we have the Dragon Slayer Sword Spear, which is half halberd and half spear. With its weapon art, it buffs itself with lightning, and it also has the giant lightning bolt fall from the sky where you're targeting. It doesn't go very far, but it's a good idea to keep the buff up, so you should still be using the weapon art. It's just it has the added bonus of doing some pretty significant damage if it actually lands, which it won't most of the time. But the Dragon Slayer Sword Spear, because it's half halberd when you're two-handing it, you can actually get its hyper armor to come into play very sparingly, because Halberds do not have a whole lot of hyper armor to them. But because of this, because it's a spear more than anything, it also has the spear running attack, and it's incredibly long. I actually don't know which one is longer compared to the Saint Bident and the Dragon Slayer spear, or the Gargoyle Flame spear. These are all very long, but this one specifically has an interesting halberd moveset to it, which means it has halberd modifiers, which means it does a little bit more damage, which means it also has a spear running attack. It's just, if you want to use a halberd, but you want spear stuff, it's really strong. And also the lightning buff is very significant. It's very strong. I believe it has faith scaling, but it's mostly a dexterity weapon. So it has faith scaling, yes. And it has 22 dexterity. You can meet the strength requirement by two-handing it. I don't recommend that. Its one-handed moveset's really good, but its two-handed moveset's also very good, and I would recommend using the two-handed moveset over the one-handed moveset. The fact is that the one-handed moveset also is very good. It's, in order to make all these requirements, you might want to two-hand it. Then we also have the Gargoyle Flame Spear, which is particularly long. It used to be the go-to spear because of how long it was, and the fact that it had the charge weapon art, I believe. It ends the charge weapon art with a jump into the air, not a lunge. It jumps and it slams the spear down and explodes, which is pretty cool. It has a little bit of fire scaling to it, but it's not very significant. It's mostly a strength, dexterity, quality weapon, I believe. That is the hammer. As you can see, the strength, the intelligence, and faith do not really matter, but it is there. It's nice to have. The strength is more 15 to 18. I would say this is a quality weapon. You would want to have everything. You want to two-hand it. It's very long. The soldering iron, wielded by those jailers in Irithyll dungeons, they lower the effect of Estus healing by those hit by it. It is not going to be a complete negation of the ability to heal. It is going to lower the effectiveness of the Estus flask. I believe it does stack with itself, but it's not very significant. It is interesting to think about it stacking, but the damage that the soldering iron does itself is not very high, and it's not a very good weapon. But the fact is, it lowers Estus healing, with Estus healing already, with Estus being very important. This is a significant debuff, but using it as a main weapon or even in the offhand and losing your chance to actually hit someone with an actual weapon, you may have to think about, is it worth it to lower their overall healing, or is it more worth it to actually hit them and force them to need to heal? Right? Like, you could just kill them. Why do you need to go the long run? Just go for the kill. There's blue phantoms showing up. Watch out, man. So the Drang Twin Spears are a paired weapon with incredibly fast paired rolling attacks. Specifically, they have the exact same rolling attack as the Goddard Twin Swords, but they did not receive the nerf that the Goddard Twin Swords did to their rolling attack. However, one of the spears of the Drang's Twin Spears is shorter than the other one, so it's actually a little bit more difficult to land with both of the spears actually hitting your target. It's difficult for both of the spears to actually hit the target. You'll probably just get one of them more often than not. So the paired running attack is actually similar to the Onikiri and Ubadachi's paired running attack, which is to say it's not very good at all. And the moveset itself is actually kind of interesting, and I would say it's pretty good, but the Drang Twin Spears, I believe, have some pretty high requirements of 14 strength and 20 dexterity. You have to meet that 14 strength. It is more of a dexterity weapon. They're quite interesting, and I would consider using them on the same idea of the follower javelin, where you use it as like a weapon that looks like an arrow. And that can be pretty cool to do. However, the Drang Twin Spirits also have the charge weapon art, which allows them to hit with both of the spears at the same time. So if you wanted to do that, these are an interesting option. honestly, I should take another look at the Drang Twin Spears. They're pretty good. And they're an interesting weapon. I was using the Follower Javelin because you could throw it, but the Twin Spears are probably better. Then we have the Lothric Knight Long Spear, which boosts your poise, even if you're holding it on your back. So if you needed to reach your poise breakpoint, like we were talking about earlier for the Greatswords, the Lothric Knight Long Spear boosts your poise. It, however, is a very basic spear, and it is in the pike category, which is to say its moveset is a lot slower. It is, however, still a spear, and it has the spear running attack, so it can be useful for, defeating people. But I believe it works like a pike. And so its running attacks have multiple hits to them, which is to say, if your opponent is rolling, they have hyper armor doing that, you're not going to hit them out of that, they're going to roll away from you, and they're not going to get hit by the final part. So Yorshka's Spear damages your opponent's FP while its weapon art is active. Its weapon art buffs the weapon, but it doesn't increase its damage at all. It just adds this FP draining effect to your attacks. But it also has wide sweeping heavy attacks. These wide sweeping and heavy attacks also have blunt damage because Yorshka's Spear is also a hammer at the same time as the spear. However, its full moveset is a spear moveset. It is not a hammer at all. It's just, it has a hammer part to it, which is why it does blunt damage on its sweeping heavy attacks. So it's not a very good weapon, but it is also the only weapon which lowers FP, so if you're going up against someone who has Quick Step, this is probably the only way you'll be able to actually hit them eventually, because you'll be lowering their FP, which means they won't be able to use Quick Step forever. Then there's the Lothric War Banner, which has a weapon art which boosts the attack of yourself and your nearby allies. If you're going in as a friend, as like an invader who wants to use a support build, or you're going in as a phantom who wants to use a support build, boost the host and all your allies, you could use the Lothric War Banner to, as an invader, you could buff the PvE, the Lothric Knights that are walking around, attacking the host. You can use this to buff them. Or it also buffs yourself. It's actually really useful to have in your offhand. You can use it in the main hand as well, of course, and then you could have an offhand, maybe, what was it? The Demon Scar, which has a full moveset, anything that's a casting tool, But using this in the offhand is just as effective, and then having a main hand weapon that's good one-handed, because if you put this on your back by two-handing your main-handed weapon, then the buff effect will run out and it will not be applied. The Lothric War Banner, this is the idea to use with it. I believe it has 14/14 for strength dexterity, and it's in the pike category, so it's a bit slower. Then we have the Dragon Slayer Spear, which is particularly long. It fires a long-range projectile at the end of its weapon art. I do not believe it does this at the end of its heavy attacks, and I'm pretty sure I tested that, which is a bit disappointing because that's always the way it used to work in the previous games, and this time they decided to put it on its weapon art, which is its charge weapon art, and it's just not as cool as it used to be. But I believe that they have made it how it always has been, where it does not have a faith requirement, but it does have faith scaling. But it also has pretty high strength and dexterity requirements, despite being majorly a dexterity weapon. So the Dragon Slayer Spear is difficult to build around. Typically, you always have to make a build specifically to use it, because of the fact that even though it doesn't have a faith requirement, it still includes faith scaling because of its lightning damage. It has the dexterity and the strength requirement, so you have to end up two-handing it, but when you two-handed it, you didn't have access to the lightning bolt because it was only a one-handed thing, but that's not so true in Dark Souls 2, and now it's on the weapon art, so it's just... Dragon Slayer Spear is hard to build around. So there's the Ring Knight Spear, which has a weapon art that extends the length of the weapon for a time and has multiple follow-ups, which is to say 3. It can do the big jumping stab, which then turns into a wide sweeping attack, which then does a upwards attack, which sends out a plume of fire along the ground. And the whole thing, I believe, combos into itself, but I'm not completely sure about that third part. But it's also very easy to parry because of how slow the weapon art is. You mainly want to use the weapon art to extend the length of the weapon, because that extends it for its normal spear moveset, which also includes the Partisan's big sweeping heavy attacks, even when it's not buffed. This moveset is completely identical, even when it's not buffed. And then it has the spear moveset. It's technically a pike, but it doesn't have the running multiple hit attack. So The Ring Knight Spear is a pretty good weapon to use. I believe it's a quality weapon that favors dexterity a little bit more to pair with the Ring Knight Straight Sword and be a little bit different, because the Straight Sword is more of a strength weapon. However, this is sort of weird because the spear is actually better two-handed and the sword is actually better one-handed. However, you can use the weapon art, and they're still sort of quality weapons. You can't infuse or buff them anyway, so... There's also the Golden Ritual Spear, which is the lightest spear. I believe it's 3 units, which makes sense because it's actually a staff. There's a problem with it because even though it can cast sorceries, it uses a faith scaling instead of intelligence. It is a faith weapon. It is a very small spear. It has an intelligence requirement anyway, and the problem with this is that sorceries, even if you are going to be using faith instead, sorceries require you to have intelligence to actually use them. So you're still going to end up with like 23 intelligence, so that you can at least use Soul Greatsword on your spear, you know? And like you want Carrion Slicer. It's not called Carrion Slicer, it's called, what's it called? Farron Flash Sword, yeah. And it scales with faith, so you're going to need that faith. You need faith so you can actually do damage with your sorceries, and if you're going to do that, then maybe you're going to want a talisman in your offhand, so you're going to have the armored lightning stake. And it's just difficult to build around this and make it worthwhile, but at the very, very least, it actually does have a weapon art that buffs sorcery damage. So because of that, it also buffs itself with magic damage. I don't believe you can buff it like you can with the Hazel's War Pick, or Hazel's Pick as it's called. You can buff that with Crystal Magic Weapon. I don't believe you can do that on this, but you can still buff it with its weapon art, and it's unfortunately the second best weapon, I would say, for spell casting. For sorcery casting, anyway. And now we have Halberds. Halberds have somewhat higher strength, but also dexterity scaling, which is to say they're quality weapons. They're medium to heavyweight, which is to say they can go from 6 units to like 12, 14 units, I believe. I don't know. They're best one-handed for the thrust version and two-handed for the overhead chop version. It's typically the split leaf and the glaive can use the overhead chop, but the basic red-hilted halberd and the basic halberd will use the stab. Not a whole lot of the good ones use the stab, and in fact there aren't very many stabbing ones anyway, but the ones that do use the stab are better one-handed, and I would say they are the better overall halberd because of how much distance they cover with that, and the fact you can use it in the offhand. The chop is just so much more obvious and not very effective, especially because the follow-up to the chop is much shorter than the initial swing, so you aren't as likely to be able to combo off of it as you are with the thrusting one. However, the overhead chop version of the split leaf is still a very strong weapon because, as we said, two-handed is better for them. So if you're going to use a halberd as a halberd, you want to use the overhead chop halberds because you can two-hand them and they are just stronger, even stronger than the thrusting ones. But the thrusting ones, because they have the counter hit damage, you can use them with the Leo ring, and you can use them in your offhand, and they have a pretty good moveset, and all in all, the red-hilted halberd has perseverance. So there's reasons to use both, and you use them a different way, and that's one of the coolest thing about this theory crafting is you have choices. So sometimes used for their long range and their long hit stun, their hyper armor is difficult to make use of. The ones that you use for the thrusting attacks, they do not have hyper armor. The ones used for the overhead chop have hyper armor. So, as we said earlier, the Dragon Slayer Sword Spear has this halberd moveset where it does the overhead chop. That overhead chop has hyper armor. It makes it a little bit useful. However, in order to actually use it, you need a very high amount of poise, something like 44. I'm pretty sure it's 40-something. But anyway, the red-hilted halberd has perseverance. This makes it my favorite halberd because it also has the thrusting attacks, which means you can use it with an offhand weapon. Personally, I have a crossbow because crossbows are ridiculously powerful. And perseverance allows it to have armor when needed. However, in order to do that, you need to have it two-handed, or you need to use it with a weapon art shield. Technically, I can do that, but it's so nice to have parry because parry is so strong. Then we have the Lucerne, the Glaive, and the Black Knight Glaive, which have the spinning weapon art, which allows the combos that have been stated, where you do the two-handed light attack, the weapon art, the light attack. So all of these have that moveset where they can do that. However, the Lucerne, I believe, also has a little bit of shield piercing, and also does more thrust damage. The Glaive is a bit longer, but the Black Knight Glaive cannot be buffed, and has a more interesting moveset with its heavy attacks. I believe we talked about it here, particularly the one-handed one hits twice. The Crescent Axe is a halberd, which has War Cry to change its heavy attacks into axe attacks. Normally this is an axe. I've done a video about this. The Crescent Axe, throughout all the Souls games, changes its identity all the time. In this one it's a halberd, it uses War Cry, and then it gets axe attacks. It's kind of interesting. It's got, I believe, 12 units of weight. It's kind of heavy, but it doesn't have its split damage with magic this time, and it doesn't have a faith requirement. You can just purely use this as a weapon. It's an interesting weapon, but as I said, it's a halberd, and halberds are not all that amazing. So unless you're going to use it for its heavy attacks, and then it'll run out randomly, you'll accidentally do a spin. Crescent Axe is just an interesting idea. The Split-Leaf Greatsword, however, has really high strength scaling. You can combo into its full weapon art off of a two-handed light attack, which, much like these spinning attacks, it can do that too. However, this one, it can do the full weapon art because it's a DLC weapon that wasn't nerfed, and its weapon art deflects solid projectiles like fire bombs and arrows, but not great arrows, and it does not deflect spells, it just deflects solid projectiles. So fire bombs and crossbow bolts and arrows from bows, but not great bows. Great bows are too heavy for it. And it has an infinite combo that you can do with like some very difficult inputs. If you can manage to perfectly position yourself during this weapon art combo, then you can infinite combo somebody. If they get hit by it, it's an infinite combo. You can't get out of it. You'll just die. But that requires a whole lot of things. It requires you to input it properly. It requires you to land an attack with this thing as a halberd, and halberds are not actually all that amazing. However, the overhead chop also has a hit stun, a splash stun, much like larger weapons do, and it still has, you know, hyper armor. I believe the Split-Leaf Greatsword as well has stronger hyper armor than the other ones. I'm not sure why, but the fact is, it has this infinite combo you can do. It's just very difficult, and the biggest thing that you could do is the weapon art combo. And it has the deflect, and a lot of strength scaling. Anyway, the Black Knight Glaive, as we said, has heavy attacks that are more interesting than the other ones do, much like all the Black Knight weapons do. The one-handed one will hit twice, and because there's no poise, if someone's using like a straight sword, you can hit them out of that, and then you can combo into this thing. But then once you do that, I don't believe you can follow up from it, but I might be wrong about that. You could combo off of it, and that would be interesting, because a very popular thing to do with the Black Knight Glaive before it got nerfed was to initiate a combo with its light attack, and then I believe you would get a fully charged heavy attack off of that, when it was two-handed, by the way. And then you could do the light attack, and then I could do the weapon art. I'm not completely sure. You might have had to have landed the fully charged heavy attack first. But you could do the fully charged heavy attack, you do the light then you could do the weapon art. I'm not sure. It had this really long, like, 5-hit combo. But now it doesn't. But people haven't really used it one-handed. It probably doesn't work, but it'd be interesting to try out. Then the Crucifix of the Mad King has a random weapon art, which is to say it chooses from one of 3 different options, where one of them gives you the Perseverance effect, one of them causes a large explosion around you that does dark damage, I believe, and causes knockdown, and the third one causes a spell which floats around you and will explode after some time, which then will do damage to everyone, including yourself, but I don't think it'll damage your allies. It will do damage to you. You can, however, roll through it. It's just because this is an option that can happen. Yeah. This is something that can happen. Then it has the Great Club Heavy Attack, which is really strong, as we have talked about. The Great Club is a very good weapon. So that makes this a very good weapon as well, because it also gets the hyper armor bonus from that heavy attack. So it's really strong, and it can combo into a light attack. And then you can go into the weapon art again, and then the weapon art will go on the roll, and we'll see which one you get. And it has innate dark damage, and it can be buffed, making this a very good choice for using the Dark Blade Miracle. Because you can slap dark onto it, and it'll do even more damage. It's very strong. Then we have the Immolation Tinder, which can cast Sorceries. But it has a Faith requirement and otherwise high physical requirements. So this is another one of those, I wish it was good sorcery casting tools. Because it's a halberd, which means you could get hyper armor, you could force yourself to have hyper armor, but then its weapon art causes a trail of fire, which is okay. That's not bad. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. It has the innate fire. You could even use it with like snap freeze, because snap freeze causes frost buildup. So you can reset the frost buildup with its weapon art and its innate fire damage, and then it's very long because it's a halberd, so you can use Farron Flash Sword, and you have all these ideas, right? You're like, oh, this is becoming a really interesting weapon, and then it has 18 dexterity requirement, 18 strength requirement, 12 intelligence, 12 faith requirement, and you're like, why do I need the faith requirement? Well, because it has fire, and the fire has faith scaling. Well, you don't need to have a faith requirement on it, and then it's just like the dexterity requirement of 18, that's a lot. I mean, I guess I need it for the spell casting, but like, I was just gonna use the Sage Ring plus 2, and then you're like, well, only a 12 intelligence, 18 strength, but I guess I was gonna use it two-handed anyway, but like, there's just all these issues with it, because if you don't meet the strength requirement of a weapon, unless you're two-handing it and you're wearing part of the Thorns armor, there's this issue where if you roll into someone or anything that has block property, you're going to deflect off of it, and it's gonna leave you very open. So the Immolation Tinder has a lot of issues. It's very hard to build around, and your build has to specifically be built to use the Immolation Tinder, is what the problem is. So it has the options we were discussing. Up next are Reapers. So Reapers are like halberds, as they have been. However, they finally have their own weapon class, because since Dark Souls 1, they did not. And they were just grouped in with halberds. They even were, I believe, in Dark Souls 2. I'm not sure about that one. They might have actually given them the Reaper category in Dark Souls 2. I'd have to go check. I'm pretty sure they did, though, now that I'm thinking about it. So, Reapers are majorly dexterity scaling, to contrast against halberds. They are mainly medium weight, which is to say they have 6 to 8 units of weight. They're oddly better one-handed for the wide attacks. The two-handed light attack combos into a heavy, which is not very significant considering how short the heavy attack is. There are a few options, but these are normally rarely used weapons with one outlier. So we have the Scythe, which I didn't put on here because the Great Corvian Scythe is exactly the same as it. However, the Great Corvian Scythe causes bleed buildup on the user. And it actually causes even more bleed buildup than any of the other options in the entire game. It's very strong bleed buildup, but it also causes bleed buildup on the user, which is to be similar and simulate the effect of the Life Hunt Scythe that Priscilla used, which is why the Great Corvians are seen in the DLC of the snow areas, where Priscilla, the Painted World, was, you know? Its weapon art, much like the Scythe, the Great Scythe, inflicts a headshot hit stun. It's a Headhunter weapon art, I believe. If you hit someone with it, even during their roll, I believe it will still stun them. But you won't be able to follow this up with anything, because you have to recover from using the weapon art. It is significantly powerful, though. And I believe because it can hit someone during their roll, that you can force someone to get hit by the bleed proc, so you could kill them anyway. But I'm not sure about that. The Pontiff Knight Great Scythe, however, is my favorite scythe. I have a build that uses it. It has a weapon art that has significant hyper armor, which is just an added bonus. I don't recommend doing it, but if you proc Frost with the weapon art, then you can hyper armor through someone's like ultra great sword and kill them during that, but it's definitely, as I said, not recommended. And it inflicts frost to a wide area, while also buffing the weapon with frost. So the Pontiff Knight Great Scythe actually has innate bleed buildup, which is pretty cool, because normally when something has frost buildup, it doesn't also have bleed buildup. So then it adds frost to that, and it also inflicts frost with its weapon art. So it's a very basic scythe. It doesn't do anything particularly interesting other than these things. And the fact that's cool enough for me, because there's not very many scythes to choose from, and I would say this is my preferred scythe to use because of the idea that it has two status effects going on at the same time, and FromSoft doesn't usually like to do that. So it's a very interesting weapon. It's hard to get, and it's mostly a dexterity weapon, much like all the other scythes are. We also have Fride's Great Scythe, which has a stance to change it into a paired weapon with more hyper armor on its attacks that you can do from the stance. It, however, only has frost buildup and no bleed. Well, like I was saying, I like the Pontiff Knight Great Scythe a little bit more. Because of that, Fride's Great Scythe also is just basically a Reaper, where it does wide swings. Its moveset, however, has a 3-hit combo, which does not combo into the third swing. I'm just saying, instead of doing 2 swings alternating between each other, it has 3 swings, which alternate 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Actually, it does 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, much like the Greatswords that have a Dark Souls 2 moveset do. So it has very similar heavy attacks to the normal scythes as well, though. So other than that, the stance, it does a flurry of 4-hit attacks, which then goes into, it does the thing where it's like 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3 over and over. It has a bit more hyper armor on it than it does when it's just a scythe. I don't even know if scythes do have hyper armor when they're two-handed, because if they did, it would be similar to Halberds. It would be very insignificant. I'd have to go check. But it's so insignificant, it doesn't really matter. This one actually has a little bit more on its paired weapon version, stance attack, probably because it is a stance, it is a weapon art. And you can do the heavy version to cause a splash of frost, which will then explode, and it will do a decent amount of damage, cause, I believe, knock them into the air, which will cause flying knockdown, I guess, and then also inflict frost on them. But the scythe itself also has magic damage, and it's mostly a dexterity weapon, much like scythes are. Then we have whips. Whips are very disappointing in Dark Souls 3. Elden Ring actually made them way cooler than they ever have been or ever deserve to be, honestly. But in Dark Souls 3, whips are mainly dexterity scaling. They're lightweight, which is to say 2 to 4 units. They're best one-handed. None of the attacks have combos or can be parried, which is to say you cannot do a light attack into a light attack, you cannot do a heavy attack into a light attack. You can only do the weapon art, which is a 3-hit usually. They're rarely used due to their already low damage and then inability to combo attacks. Their weapon art lowers stamina recovery. You could, however, put one into your offhand so you had an unparryable option, or you could just have it around for an unparryable option, because parries are actually very strong in Dark Souls 3. Maybe that's why I didn't want whips to be all that great, but the notched whip has innate bleed. You can buff and or infuse it, which means you can make it hollow and then get some pretty good scaling on that, or you could just slap some Carthus Rouge on it, but ideally you wouldn't want to do that. You want to use something else that already does bleed and has a true combo. But the fact remains, the weapon art is a 3-hit combo, and it lowers stamina recovery as they normally do, so. The Spotted Whip has innate poison. I put bleed because I made all of these in one day. So it has innate poison. It can be buffed, but it cannot be infused. If you actually want the weapon, you have to go through this complicated process of getting to the smoldering lake, and then running past the giant worm into the boss room, and you have to summon this guy whose name I don't remember. It was something really weird, like Corrin. It's not Corrin, because Corrin is the guy who teaches you the magic, but you have to keep him alive, and then after that you can find him over by the cage that Corrin was actually locked in the undead settlement. You can find the guy's dead body there, and the Spotted Whip is on it. Then there's also the Witch's locks. But by the way, the spotted whip is not nearly as good as it was in Dark Souls 2 because, as we said, it's like poison already is not good in Dark Souls 3. So it's just not very worthwhile. But the witch's locks have innate fire damage and intelligence and face scaling because of that. So if you wanted to use like a fire version of a whip that looks cool because its weapon art has fire all about it, it's cool and all that, it still applies the stamina recovery debuff, I'm pretty sure. And it's still a whip, it's still not all that great, but the attention to detail, it has a ring on it that looks exactly like the witch's ring from Dark Souls 1, which is what was used to talk to the Quelag and Quelana. Well, not Quelag, but it allows you to talk to Quelana, who's the leader of the Chaos Servants Covenant, and she thinks you're Quelag, and she gives you some really sad dialogue. Anyway, it has that ring on the witch's locks, which are probably made of their hair. And then the Rose of Ariandel is actually a hammer that can't be parried, has an 8 bleed buildup, can cast miracles. Weapon art tremendously boosts the damage of miracles by 20% for 3 minutes. And it also lowers your own health with that weapon art, so you can get the glass cannon setups a lot easier, and it actually, unlike other whips, can true combo with its light attack into another light attack. So because of all this, it's a very good weapon to have, especially if you want to reach glass cannon setups, because you can choose to hit yourself once or twice. You can roll out of the second part, and the weapon art tremendously boosts miracles by 20%. We said earlier, the Marian Blade boosts you by 20%, and that is an incredible amount already. Now, this does it for 3 minutes. It's not constant, but 3 minutes is an incredible amount of time. You can even tell that the buff is on you. It has a marker, a buff effect around your body, and it makes this, like, shining noise. However, it will always take away your health in order to do this, and you have to complete the entire weapon art, or else you don't get it. So it's a good thing it buffs you for 3 minutes, because that is very difficult to set up. And the glass cannon setup, the fact this is used on a miracle build, you pair it with Tears of Denial, you go into a glass cannon setup, suddenly you do like 2,000 damage and you just kill everybody. It's amazing. It's also a pretty good weapon. But it's not the strongest miracle casting tool, it's just because it buffs miracles, it has all these good things about it, it's a very, very good miracle tool. So, it's not the strongest one, you want to use something else instead, but this is good to have alongside it. On top of that, we have Fist and Claws. Fist and Claws have their own movesets in this one. However, because there's so few of them, I decided to pair them together. The Fists have somewhat higher strength scaling, but they're sort of quality weapons depending on which one you're using, mainly the Caestus. The Claws are mainly dexterity scaling. They don't have anything that goes into strength so much. They're normally very lightweight. This means that they are like 0.5 units to 1.5 units, not so much 2 units. They're best two-handed as pair weapons, but they can also parry in the offhand. A lot of people like to use the Caestus, which is very light, and it can also parry in the offhand. And they actually had to nerf it because people use it so often and parrying was so strong. So now if you miss this parry, you're in a counter state and you're taking a whole lot more damage than you would have if you just decided to use shield. But Fist weapon, very good. Has rarely used except for the lightest variants. They make effective rushdown options when two-handed for their pair attacks. So if you wanted to actually use these as weapons, you would two-hand them, as I said, and then you would do the running paired attack. You can even do heavy attack, which can combo into the paired light attack. The rolling attacks are never all that great, but they're still very fast, hard to parry, things like that. And you can even combo a light attack into the paired light attack, which is a very common method because the paired light attack doesn't have as much distance traveled as the unpaired light attack does. They also even sped up one-handed fist attacks just because no one was using them, I guess, but they're a bit stronger, which means the Dark Hand is a bit stronger now. And so the Caestus is particularly light at 0.5 units. It's often used in the offhand as a small parrying tool with offensive capabilities and or regenerative infusions, which is to say you could use it as a weapon by two-handing it while it's in your offhand, and suddenly you have access to perseverance, which is very useful. You can also use it with regenerative infusions, such as the Blessed Infusion or the Simple Infusion, which is very common because people don't really like to use it as a weapon. However, because you can use it as a weapon, you should use it as a weapon because it adds utility and mix-up to your moveset. So even if you're using like a Ultra Great Sword, you can use the Caestus and you can punch very quickly and your opponent will be surprised by it. They're like, wow, you actually did that. but it's not really going to do all that much damage, but it will get people to keep away from you because it's a fast enough option, and also you can use it to parry. It's just, the Caestus is very strong. Moving on is the Demon's Fist. It's noticeably heavier at 5.5 units, with a hyper-armored spinning attack. The spinning attack is just for fun. These things are noticeably much stronger strength scaling, but they also have fire infusion, which means they also have intelligence and faith scaling, I believe, which, yes, they do, and so you can use these as, like, fun moves. It's mostly not all that great. They do have the buff of, like, moving faster one-handed. You can use them as a paired weapon, as an unpaired weapon, and their weapon art is really just for fun. Then you have the Dark Hand, which cannot be upgraded, which makes it very strong at lower levels, and it will restore health on successful hits with its weapon art, often used at lower levels, as I said. Successful hits with its weapon art, it will drain the health of the opponent and give it to you. Even if they die, you still get the full heal back. The Dark Hand actually does not do pure elemental damage. It does do physical and dark damage, which is interesting to think about, but in fact you are punching them with your hand, with like a dark aura around it, so it's not specifically just the Dark Hand. It's just interesting to think about what is the Dark Hand. Anyway, the Dark Hand, you can't upgrade it, so it's always treated as an unupgraded weapon. So at lower levels, this is very strong, especially since they decided to buff it. It has never been nerfed. You can also use it as a shield in your offhand, I believe. You can still do that, and then you can go into its weapon art, which means you can do the grab thing. You can do a very good Dark Wraith cosplay. However, it's much stronger in the main hand, and you can still do the weapon art in the main hand as long as you have like the ability to do that, because you cannot two-hand the Dark Hand. Next up is the Mannequin Claws, which have Quick Step, which is notable because Quick Step is very powerful. Mannequin Claws also have Bleed Build-Up. They're fun to use. They work exactly identical to the other claws. The claws are not on here because instead of Quick Step, they have the same weapon art that the Onikiri and Ubidachi do, which is not very good, but I believe you can combo off of it, much like you can with the Onikiri and Ubidachi. It also causes a headshot, just like the Onikiri and Ubidachi do, but the claws are not as good as the Mannequin Claws, because Mannequin Claws have Quick Step and the exact same moveset. And they also both scale with Dexterity, much like the claws do. So the Crow Talons are much slower, because much like the Crow Quills, they just have flashy moves that don't exactly work how you would think they should. The moveset is much like the Caestus and the Claws, where it's actually better to initiate with the light attack instead of the paired light attack, and then go into the paired light attack, just so that you have a little bit more range and a little bit more chance to actually hit people. The Crow Talons especially are probably the largest of the Fist Claw weapons. However, the Crow Talons do not have very good rolling or running attacks, where instead of doing the 1-2 attack with the punches, it will do a double jumping claw strike, which is a lot slower and has longer recovery to it. And the rolling attack will actually make the claws like go like squish together. If you watch it happen, it squishes the claws together and then like jabs with them. Which, I don't know, that might actually be better than the normal rolling attack. So that is interesting to think about, but they're sort of slow. And other than that, the weapon art will hit several times over a long distance. You like stretch your arms out, and then you just start jump forward and start clawing for, I believe, a 6 slashing attack that cannot be rolled out of. Like, you cannot stop yourself from doing it once you start doing it. And it's not very strong, but the fact is it scales with consecutive attack up stuff like the Pontiff's Right Eye and the Old Wolf Curved Sword, and you can slap a buff on the Crow Talons unlike the Dancer's Twin Blades, and instead you can put a buff on these, so when you're doing that you can inflict a status effect, or like, because these have bleed build up because they're claws, and so yeah, you can do that. Then we have bows. Bows are pretty simple. There's only two that really, well, there's only a couple of things that really matter about them. They're mainly dexterity scaling. You can't really infuse them. They're lightweight, which is to say 2 to 4 units. They must be two-handed. Some have rolling attacks. You can meet the strength requirements if you really needed to, which you probably shouldn't. Some of them have rolling attacks, but the problem with the rolling attacks is that they don't have hit stun on them, so they're not often used to their low damage. They have somewhat long recovery. They have no hit stun on rolling attacks. This is still good to say, though. They have running and rolling attacks, which you can do them from a decent distance away. They're kind of fast, however, it's very long recovery. Very long recovery during the running and rolling attacks. Do not recommend the running attack. Rolling attack maybe, running attack not so much. But the running attack you can still use like while you're strafing around doing like running attack and shoot at them instead of the rolling attack, which you have to do a roll first, which is more obvious. So the short bow, the composite bow, and the white birch bow have the running and rolling attacks. None of the other bows have the running and rolling attacks, so they're a bit slower. However, the black bow of Ferris, which scales a lot more with dexterity, the composite bow being more of a quality weapon, and the white birch bow being more dexterity, but not nearly as good as any of the other bows. The black bow of Ferris fires 3 arrows at the same time with its weapon art, which allows you to either up close deal a whole lot of damage with counter hit stuff on the Leo ring, because arrows do count as thrust damage. The black bow of Ferris specifically can be used with dark arrows, because dark arrows have a homing effect. So if you're a little bit farther away with the black bow of Ferris, you can still get all 3 arrows to land by using dark arrows. And while dark arrows do have split damage, and they're not as good as if you landed like a close range 3-shot counter attack, the fact that you can do this at all is still quite useful, especially since you can still hold 99 dark arrows, unlike explosive bolts. So Greatbows, a bit more niche. There's only 3 of them. They have varied scaling, which is to say they have 1 for each thing. This is quality, this one is dexterity, this one is strength. They go from medium to heavyweight, which is to say some of them are 9 to 8 units, and other ones are 10 to 12 units. So they must be two-handed. Strength requirement can be met through two-handing boost, which is to say the Millwood Greatbow, which has a 20-something, I believe 22, 27 strength requirement, and a much lower dexterity requirement, is the easiest one to reach the optimal requirement for, but not the highest scaling with, because it has really high strength scaling. The Millwood Greatbow is generally considered the best one because of its weapon art. There's few options. One is more ideal in most situations than others. As I said, the Millwood Greatbow. The Dragonslayer Greatbow has a different readying stance, which doesn't really matter because you can't really change which direction you're looking anyway. However, when you pull the arrow during the stance, if you're locked onto something, you will actually turn to face them while you're pulling the arrow, which is not true for the other two. You actually have to manually do that. So the Dragonslayer Greatbow has quality scaling with a different firing stance. That's really the only thing about it. It has 20/20 requirements. The only Slayer Greatbow is the lightest. It has a higher dexterity scaling and a higher dexterity requirement, making it a little bit harder to use. It does, however, have the farthest damage fall off, with the Millwood Greatbow having the lowest. This doesn't really matter. However, if you wanted to actually hit someone with the Great Arrow itself, then the Oni Slayer Greatbow is probably the best option for that, because it works exactly the same as all the other ones do, except for it has higher dexterity scaling and it goes a lot farther. The Millwood Greatbow, however, technically has the lowest requirements, because the strength requirement can be met by two-handing. However, it also has higher strength scaling, so if you actually wanted to do damage with it, then you would have to meet the strength requirement, and it therefore has the highest requirements, because the other ones have much lower strength requirements and are better at scaling with dexterity. And so this one's weapon art is different. It's called Shatter Earth, I believe, and when you fire the Great Arrow using the weapon art will travel its normal distance, and then when it lands, it will then shake around for a bit and cause a massive explosion around where it landed, which is not affected by the damage fall off, and so therefore it doesn't matter that this has the lowest damage fall off. So, because it causes a giant projectile explosion, it doesn't matter. However, if you actually wanted to hit someone with the arrows, there's also 2 different types of arrows, which is to say the Dragon Slayer arrows, of which there are 2, the Dragon Slayer arrow and the Lightning Dragon Slayer arrow. And then there are 2, the Oni Slayer arrow and the Millwood arrow. The Millwood Great Arrow, which these 2 arrows do not cause the immediate knockdown. They have less poise, like damaging stuff. The Dragon Slayer arrows will always cause the knockdown. However, the explosion from this will still cause knockdown, and the Millwood Great Arrows are definitely the stronger of all of these. However, the Dragon Slayer arrows are the ones that, even if you hit directly with them, will cause knockdown. So if you wanted to get a headshot It's a little bit easier to do with the Millwood and Oni Slayer. The Oni Slayer arrows also fly farther, so if you wanted to make them fly farther and actually hit someone with them, the Oni Slayer arrows might be the best choice. But in choice of arrows, the Dragon Slayer arrows are probably a little bit better. And the cool thing about the lightning one is with the Millwood Greatbow, if you fire the lightning one, it actually causes a lightning explosion. So that is an interesting idea. I don't think it does pure lightning damage, but it has the lightning effect to it, which is very interesting, and none of the other ones do that, so that's cool. It's also good to have all the arrows, you know, just so you don't run out. Anyway, these are crossbows. They don't have scaling. They have light to medium weight, which is to say some of them have 3 units and some of them have 6 units. And they are best one-handed for the faster reload time, because if you use them two-handed, then you have to watch your character reload them manually, other than just sort of flick it with their wrist. But the tackle weapon art, when they're two-handed, does combo into a bolt. It does, you can shoot someone immediately after using the tackle weapon art. And I don't know if it actually has hyper armor or not, but it does do a little bit of damage. It gives you sort of like a kick to the shields of somebody. It's not going to combo if you hit a shield with it, but the fact that this is an option is still interesting, especially because it feels like you're holding a gun at someone. It feels like medieval game, I have a gun, it's cool. So they're strong ranged options that use free-aimed explosive bolts to land hits when other attacks cannot. So explosive bolts, you could hit someone directly with them, and the explosion itself could actually hit them. So if you shoot the bolt at the ground, near where they're going to be, or where they could be, if they roll like before the bolt starts heading towards them, then the explosion will hit them, and it's very hard to avoid that, because the bolt is already very quick. So if they're avoiding getting shot directly, then they'll get hit by the explosion, and if they're trying to avoid the explosion, then you could shoot them directly. It's just very hard to dodge this. So the Knight's Crossbow is generally the best choice for its relatively lightweight and innate lightning damage. The Light Crossbow is definitely the lightest, but the Knight's Crossbow has a units of 4, and the Light Crossbow has a unit of 3, so this has innate lightning damage. There are lightning bolts. This is very strong. We discussed earlier, it's not as likely that people will have lightning resistance. Lightning also splashes in water, which makes it very powerful and works similar to explosive bolts, which is probably why they did that in Elden Ring with the explosion and the lightning great bolts. So Knight's Crossbow is generally the best choice. But the Arbalist, however, has 6 units compared to 4 of the Knight's Crossbow, and it is pure physical damage, and if you wanted to use maybe a heavy bolt instead of a lightning bolt, and you just wanted to have high damage, especially since crossbows count as thrust damage if you hit someone directly with the arrow and you hit it with a counter hit, which you're probably not going to, because this is Dark Souls 3 and the counter hit option is very short. It is still a possibility, and so the Arbalist would do more damage, especially with the explosive bolts, because with the Knight's Crossbow you were making the explosive bolts have fire, lightning, and physical. With the Arbalist it's just fire and physical, so it's a lot more damage. So the Avalon fires 3 bolts consecutively, but it has less damage overall. It's generally not the best idea to use the Avalon. However, if you fire 3 shots into the water using explosive bolts or lightning bolts, it's more likely to actually hit someone because it's firing 3 bolts. So if you needed that final hit, the Avalon is able to get that for you using explosive bolts, or as I said, lightning bolts in the water. So the repeating crossbow, it has a weapon art. Other than that, it's just like a basic crossbow. It fires 1 bolt, but if you use the weapon art, it fires 10 bolts in rapid fire, which is extremely effective for a finishing blow. It's also, not going to mention, but it has these other properties to it. And the repeating crossbow, you can fire 10 shots using its weapon arts, as I said. So you can only carry 30 explosive bolts, which means you can only do this 3 times. However, the lightning and the water idea, much more likely. And it does really low damage, but it can be cool to just rapid fire 10 bolts at somebody, and just like, if you get a headshot with any of them, then the other ones combo into it, you know? So it's an interesting idea. It's very effective. So now we're moving on to magic. These are staves. Staves are, of course, majorly intelligence scaling. However, there are a lot of options we're going to be talking about. Staves are lightweight, which say they usually weigh like 2 to 4 units. I would recommend using the ones that use fewer, that have less weight, because less weight is generally better, because Chimes and Talismans have very low weight, so these are not recommended as a physical weapon and best used in the offhand. You can still bonk people over the head with them. I don't recommend it, however, a lot of them can buff themselves, and so a lot of them are also very long, such as the long staff, you know, so you can actually bonk someone to death with a staff in this game, much like you could in Dark Souls 1. However, in this one, it is more elemental damage because of the buffs. You're essentially just hitting them with the buff. It doesn't combo, it's just, it's a silly thing you can do, and it's not recommended, but it works sometimes. And sometimes they're overlooked due to the existence of the spellcasting weapons, much like the Hazel's Pick, but they're still the most efficient at casting sorceries, so if you're trying to make a glass cannon build, and you want to shoot someone with Soulstream the way that I do, you're going to want to use a staff. So the Court Sorcerer's Staff is typically the most effective at higher levels with no downsides. That is to say, if you have 60, 40-something intelligence, then the Court Sorcerer's Staff is the best one to use. It has no downsides. That is to say, much like the Sage's Crystal Staff, it takes more FP in order to... Actually, I tested this. The Sage's Crystal Staff does not cost more FP to cast sorceries. It's specifically the weapon art that costs more than like the other weapon arts do. And so the Sage's Crystal Staff is actually a fair choice because it gives you a significant, very high buff. So the Storyteller's Staff is not good for spellcasting. It's not a staff, more to say, like for sorceries. It's not good at that. But the fact is, if you inflict poison on someone with this staff, with its weapon art, it causes a stronger poison effect than anything else in the game. So that is a possibility. So then there's the Murky Longstaff, which, as we said, the longer staffs can be used as a melee weapon, but that's very silly. The Murky Longstaff was specifically created to cast Dark Sorceries, and its weapon art buffs Dark Sorceries only. I tested it with a lot of other things. It does not buff anything except for Dark Sorceries. It does not work with Dark Miracles. It does not work with Dark Pyromancies. It does not work with Dark Infused Weapons. It only works with Dark Sorceries. So it doesn't work with other sorceries either. The Izalith Staff is able to apply Faith to Dark Sorceries for scaling, making it somewhat more powerful, specifically with Dark Sorceries. So let's say you use the Murky Longstaff and the Izalith Staff, and you were casting Dark Sorceries, you could do a significant amount of damage like that. So then there are the Preacher's Right Arm, which has a weapon art that is a close-range magic attack instead of the buff, like the other ones have been doing. And it also has decently high intelligence scaling. However, because the other ones can buff themselves, that makes them stronger. And naturally, the Court Sorcerer's Staff is actually stronger than the Preacher's Right Arm. The Preacher's Right Arm is never better than any of the other staffs, I believe, except for maybe at like 30 intelligence. I'm not sure about that. But the Preacher's Right Arm does have the weapon art. So if you had these for fun, you could make a, as we have been saying, you could make a silly, use it as a weapon to attack people with the weapon art. However, you could also make it so that you have a really effective melee moveset using Staves, using Farron Flash Sword, and this weapon art. However, at that point, why don't you just use Hazel's Pick, which is a weapon which can cast sorceries and does exactly anyway. The Sage's Crystal Staff has a more powerful weapon art that increases the damage of all sorceries by 30% while it is active. It is actually stronger than the Red Tear Stone and the Morion Blade effect. It is actually better in any circumstance. It, however, is not permanent. It only lasts for like a few seconds, maybe like 5 to 10, 15, I think. But the fact it boosts them by 30%, and it can apply this to other staves, means that if you were making a glass cannon build, this is actually a better option than using a Morion Blade. It's just you would have to buff it every time. So then there is the Archdeacon's Greatstaff, which scales with Faith instead of Intelligence. It is the Covenant reward for the highest tier in the Aldrich Faithful Covenant. You do not have to get it for any achievements or anything, but the fact is, it scales with Faith instead of Intelligence, which is very similar to the Golden Ritual Spear. However, I believe it has some different requirements to it of 12 and 12. The other one had a much higher requirement. If we slap that on here, Golden Ritual Spear has 14 Faith requirement and 18 Intelligence requirement. So if you wanted to use like really low cost sorceries, you could get a much higher Faith scaling, and you could get very low intelligence. You don't need as much strength or dexterity at all, so you could use the Archdeacon's Greatstaff. It also has the ability to buff itself, like all the other staves usually do, and it's much longer, and it looks like way more ornate and kind of like a candy cane. So then there is the Man Grub Staff, which is actually one that's significantly like interesting compared to all the other ones because it scales with luck. It scales with luck, apparently up to 45. I had to look that up because I thought it was interesting. And I was using this with weapon buffs at one point. Apparently it doesn't care about that because weapon buffs only care about your intelligence, much like we were saying miracles only care about your faith. Yeah, this one uses luck instead of intelligence. However, instead of intelligence, I believe it also has intelligence scaling. I know it has an intelligence requirement, but I believe it also has intelligence scaling, so you can also benefit from that. However, it has 45. It's not better than other options. However, if you're running a hollow build, which this is going to take away 5 of your points of luck, because hollow increases your luck stat depending on your upgrades. So if you're running a hollow build, it could be beneficial to have this and maybe a couple of short, small costing sorceries like maybe Farron or Great Soul stuff. Anyway, moving on, we have Talismans and Chimes, which again, Talismans and Chimes are very faith scaling. They're practically weightless. They're not as effective as they're not effective at all as weapons. You cannot hit people with these the same way you can with staves and have them do any sort of damage whatsoever. They are required to cast miracles. They normally include a cheap regenerative weapon art. That is to say, the Chimes have the regenerative weapon art. The Talismans have the Unfaltering Prayer, which is hyper armor, an incredible amount of it. As in fact, the Sunlight Talisman has a stronger version of Unfaltering Prayer, which is much more difficult to get hit out of. You could tank several hits of an Ultra Greatsword using this thing. It is insane. If you absolutely have to get out that forced cast, you know, this is the best way to do it. It does, however, have a 14 faith requirement instead of 12 like Force does. So if you wanted to do that, you might need a little bit more investment. The Sunless Talisman and Katanas Chime only apply their full spell buff to Dark Miracles, much like we said with the Isolus Staff, of which there are 3 that do damage, which would be Gnaw, Dorhe's Gnawing, and the Life Hunt Scythe. The Life Hunt Scythe being the only one that would be significant. Katanas Chime, therefore, is not as good as the Sunless Chime, because the Sunless Chime has Unfaltering Prayer, because the Sunless Talisman has Unfaltering Prayer as a talisman does, which allows you to get the trade, which means Life Hunt Scythe can get its heal, which means you trade, you heal, you win the trade, maybe. You might win the trade. It's still not going to be worthwhile, most likely. The White Hair Talisman is terrible. It can cast Pyromancies and Miracles, but its spell buff is tremendously low, and it can only be effectively used for buffs and heals. So say you wanted to use Warmth, and you wanted to use Medium Heal for some reason, or let's say you want to use Deep Protection, and you wanted to use Flash Sweat, Karthus Beacon, but you can't actually use Toxic or Poison Mist with this. And also Force. You can use Force, but you can't use Toxic or Poison Mist because their build-up is actually dependent on your spell buff. And I had to find that out the hard way, because I actually wanted to use this for what I'm saying here, for buffs and heals. You could put on Deep Protection, you could use Medium Heal. Medium Heal will work just fine. Warmth will work just fine. Deep Protection will work just fine, but Toxic Mist does not work just fine. And also, White Hair Talisman has Combustion as its weapon art instead of the Talisman's normal Unfaltering Prayer. If it had Unfaltering Prayer, it would be so much more useful. You'd be able to use it with Pyromancies, get hyper armor on Pyromancies. You know how scary that would be. I understand why they didn't do it, but still. You might be able to open up some interesting combos using like Lightning Arrow into Combustion or something like that, but I don't know about that. Anyway, the Priest's Chime is nice to have for its low requirement of 10 faith, which is the base amount, and its Gentle Prayer weapon art. You should always have this in my Have a Little Faith video. You should always have this because it has the lowest requirement. You can slap on the Priestess Ring, get to 15 Faith, use medium heal, get a whole bunch of health back, and even if you don't want to do that, you can use the Gentle Prayer Weapon Art, which heals you for 600 health over time. You can even use it when you have 7 FP left. It costs normally 13 FP, I'm pretty sure, but the fact remains, this is a really easy way to get your health back. And if you want to win, you want to have that slow playing Terminator playstyle that I do, you absolutely should always carry one of these. So Yorshka's Chime is the strongest at higher levels, that is to say you have 60 Faith. This is the most powerful option. The next most powerful option was the Saint Talisman. The Saint Talisman has the lowest Unfaltering Prayer, which you can't tank any hits with it, so I would say Yorshka's Chime is better because you're not going to be tanking hits anyway, so you might as well go for the stronger version, which also can heal you because it's a chime. So Yorshka's Chime is just the best option if you're going to be throwing spells at somebody, but if you're going to be using the Unfaltering Prayer for the poise, which honestly is a very useful option, I would rather use the Talisman. The basic Talisman, not the Sunlight Talisman, the Talisman, not the Canvas Talisman. The Canvas Talisman is comparable, but the Talisman usually is the next best option from the Saint Talisman. So if you wanted something that's like Yorshka's Chime, just very strong, just use the basic Talisman. It's not as good as the Sunlight Talisman for Unfaltering Prayer, but it can armor through like a Greatsword or something, which the Saint Talisman cannot. So next up we have the Saint Tree Bellvine, which is very powerful. It raises spellcasting speed to maximum while it's equipped, even for sorceries or pyromancies. It only has a weight of 0.5. I believe the the Witch Tree Branch also does that, but that one's a lot heavier, and this is 0.5 units. So you can just sort of put it in your offhand, put it on your back, two-hand your staff, or maybe even your Hazel Pick, and then just go ham. And just, you get full cast speed out of that. And also, you can even use it to heal you, because it's a chime. So it has the Gentle Prayer weapon art, so you can get your health back. And then we have the Crystal Chime, which is capable of casting miracles and sorceries, and it uses its full spell buff for both of them, which none of the other ones, to my knowledge, do. The Isolus Staff, it doesn't do that, but even if it did, the Crystal Chime has 0.5 for its weight, and it can cast everything, except for pyromancies, of course. So, this thing is so strong on the right build. You can just use this for such optimal stuff. If you're making a pyromancer, you might as well have this anyway. The fact is, you can just cast everything if you're making a pyromancer. So you put this on there, you have the healing effect because it's a chime, which is the best one. Honestly, if they gave Unfaltering Prayer to sorceries and all the other stuff, that would be very scary. Imagine always being armored while casting Soul Spear or Soul Stream or something. That would be very scary. So it's a good thing they give us the chime, but the chime is still very strong. And this would be the ideal choice if you wanted to use dark sorceries and dark miracles in tandem. You probably don't, considering there's very few dark miracles, but if you absolutely had to, this would be the choice, especially if you want to use dark pyromancies. You're already investing in intelligence and faith anyway. Why not just use this? Because, well, maybe the Isolus Staff is a little bit stronger and you don't want to use dark miracles, right? Well, that would be the idea. So, the Sacred Chime of Philionor, by the way, has this really interesting effect. It even says this in its description. It extends the range of specific miracles, mainly the ones for healing and buff effects. So, this actually affects anything like Sacred Oath, Deep Protection, I think, but it 100% does affect. I wrote these down, by the way. I did testing for this a long time ago. It 100% affects Projected Heal, all of the healing miracles, and it affects Magic Barrier, all of the buffing ones that give you like defense bonuses. Like, it affects Magic Barrier. I don't know if it affects Deep Protection. It probably doesn't, but we have Sacred Oath. But it most importantly, it affects the tiers, the one that Vow of Silence. It affects Vow of Silence. It extends the range at which people cannot cast anything. So Sacred Chime of Philionor also has a weapon art that gives yourself and allies a regenerative effect even when it is unequipped. So this, because you can do it even when it's unequipped, you might want to go to 13 Faith, specifically so you get the +5 from the Priestess Ring, just so you can get the regenerative effect that you can just unequip immediately after from the Sacred Chime of Filianor. You can, like, immediately activate this, take it off, put the ring, whatever you had back on, and then you have the regenerative effect. You start walking back towards the opponent, or you do it beforehand, and you start going towards the opponent. It's so free. You just do this, and it's just there. It's very strong. And then it has that other effect, like I said. So for Pyromancies, I don't need to tell you. There's the Pyromancer's Parting Flame. There's the Pyromancer's Normal Flame. There's the Witch's Hair. And then there's the Demon's Scar. The Demon's Scar is obviously the strongest, the most interesting choice, because you can use it as a weapon. It's a curved sword. It's very powerful. The Pyromancer's Parting Flame adds unique effects to Pyromancies that you cast with it, and it also can restore your Estus flasks while things are dying. However, you would need to keep it out all the time if you wanted to do that, or you could use it using the glitched method, which I do not recommend because you don't really need to. And then you can use the Normal Flame, which has the basic bonuses, and I do not ever recommend ever using the White Hair Talisman for any Pyromancies at all. So then we have Sorceries, which have Soul Arrows, which are cheap and relatively effective pressuring tools. I tested this. Great Heavy Soul Arrow is comparable to a Soul Spear. A Soul Spear is only a little bit stronger. Just like a very tiny amount. And that scaling might get a little higher with higher amounts, but I had 77 intelligence, and you're telling me that Soul Spear is still a good choice when Great Heavy Soul Arrow is half, not even, like a little bit less than half the cost for almost the same amount of damage. Do not use Soul Spear. Crystal Soul Spear, I can see that, but it's even more expensive, but it is, however, another 180 damage. That is significant, especially with all the bonuses. You might one-shot someone with that. So, Crystal Soul Spear, yes, kind of. Soul Spear, no. Do not use Soul Spear. Use Great Heavy Soul Arrow. I say it right here. Great Heavy Soul Arrow is comparable to Soul Spear, and Soul Spear is more than twice the cost. However, Soul Spear does go through opponents. It can hit more than one person. It's not recommended. Use Crystal Soul Spear instead. Soul Arrows are cheap, relatively effective pressuring tools. You can see I put the Dark Sorceries in purple. Farron Darts are practically free, but have no hit stun or significant damage. I would say Farron Darts, Great Heavy Dart, Farron Dart, Great Farron Dart, and Farron Dart are not very useful. They are very cheap, though, at 3 FP and 4 FP respectively. Farron Dart is easier to get moving fast. However, if you don't have max cast speed, I recommend not using cast speed at all, and instead just going for damage. The Farron Darts can be useful in the same way that the rolling attacks and the running attacks of the short bows can be useful, because they really just don't do all that much. But the fact remains, they're very cheap. However, Soul Arrows are also like 6 FP or something, and they're very cheap. But yeah, these are just not fast enough, and they're just not good enough for me to think they're very good. But they have their uses. You can try them out. Homing Soul Mass still serves as a spell you can follow up behind and change the timing of by facing away from targets with the crystal variant, stunning people who touch them even before they fire. They also pierce and hit multiple targets. So, Homing Crystal Soul Mass is extremely powerful in Dark Souls 3, mainly because there's no poise. And so, what ends up happening is you cast Homing Crystal Soul Mass, you turn sideways, your opponent bumps into it. Because they bumped into it and got stunned, you turn to face them. They fire at the opponent then gets hit 5 times by Homing Crystal Soul Mass, and they die. Or they take a massive amount of damage. And then it hits the person behind them also. So yeah, Homing Crystal Soul Mass is really good. As I said, Soul Spear, not a good idea. Crystal Soul Spear may be a good idea. If you can get a whole ton of damage on it, Crystal Soul Spear. Go Crystal Soul Spear. Soul Stream, however, reaches a particularly far distance and can be used to snipe people. If the final hit of Soul Stream hits someone, it'll knock them down. Even if they're like close to where it's splashing, it still knocks them down. So even if it doesn't hit you, you might still get knocked down. It's just probably not going to happen. But Soul Stream goes very far. I used it. I have a video on it. It's Mission Soul Stream Snipes. It's very... I kind of want to do it again someday just because of how effective and funny it is. People are standing around in on Orlando. I'm setting up my glass cannon setup. I walk up behind them. I'm not invisible in any way, and I zoom in with the binoculars, and they're just standing there, and they're not looking at me, and I just blast them in the back, and they die. However, I tested it on myself, and it doesn't really do a massive amount of damage. It only does like 1400, 1500 damage. So if you want to get even more damage on it, and you also want to fire very quickly, that might be difficult. It does, however, reach up to like 1600, 1800 damage. I have 77 intelligence. These weapons are only +7, so you could get a higher damage with it at higher levels, but I recommend getting like a middle ground and then just trying your best to just snipe people from really far away. I love Soulstream. I wish it was better in Elden Ring. I wish Comet Azure was better. Soul Greatsword goes through walls and has combos with certain spellcasting weapons. So Soul Greatsword, as it says, it goes through walls. It'll hit multiple opponents. It has combos with certain spellcasting weapons, specifically Hazel's Pick. Not so much the other ones. It's very good to have. It's very nice. You should have Soul Greatsword. Farron Flash Sword, also a good idea. It has running and rolling attacks. This makes it so that if you're using a weapon that can cast sorceries, it gives you the full moveset, adding in, like, if it had bad running attacks, like Hazel's Pick does, it gives it good running attacks. If it has bad rolling attacks, like maybe your Spear or your Halberd does, it gives it good rolling attacks. But no combos mean the damage is less than a normal weapon. However, you can still do an R1 into a Farron Flash Sword, which I don't necessarily recommend doing, but it will be more damage than if you just did an R1 combo, because the Farron Flash Sword is pure magic damage and your weapon is not, so it still helps add that fast running attack to spellcasting weapons. As I've been mentioning, Farron Flash Sword is really useful. Old Moonlight can be charged to fire a strong projectile and swing a small blade, but is comparable to Soul Greatsword in damage. It doesn't always combo the same way Soul Greatsword does, but you can actually use it the same way. It doesn't go through walls as well because it's not as long as Soul Greatsword is, and personally I would prefer using Soul Greatsword, but I believe Old Moonlight, because you can charge it, and because it fires a projectile even if you don't charge it, it's still a very worthwhile thing to have. However, the only way to get it is by defeating mid-ear, and I know a lot of people have trouble doing that, and I'm going to rub that in their faces, but it's worthwhile. It's a good idea. So magic weapon buffs are less useful because you can't buff them to infused weapons. They scale with your intelligence and not so much your weapons scaling. So your weapon scaling, it's mostly because you can't put them on infused weapons. They're not amazing, but frozen weapon causes frost buildup, and if you put that on maybe a paired weapon, that becomes quite useful in inflicting frost. Frost is very strong because people use the Irithyll Straightsword purely because it has frost on it. I didn't mention a lot of the frost weapons, but a lot of them, because they inflict frost, are pretty good because simply they inflict frost, and frost lowers defenses, it inflicts damage immediately, and it lowers stamina regeneration, much like it does in Elden Ring. So then we have Pestilent Mist, which causes an area of effect, which does significant damage over time to yourself and enemies. Pestilent Mist, however, requires, I think, 30 intelligence just to be able to use it. It's very cheap, it's very effective. It takes a little bit of time to cast compared to, well, no, not really, but it keeps you standing still, and you can't really like cast it all that far away from yourself, so you need to get away from it as soon as you use it. But it's a very effective sorcery that does a decent amount of damage, especially because it doesn't cause hit stun. You can use it to defeat some bosses in silly ways without aggroing them, I mean. Anyway, Snap Freeze is a large area of effect that causes reliable frost buildup. It's very cheap, it's very effective. I believe it goes through walls to an extent. And if you're going to be using sorceries and you don't really have a whole lot of intelligence, Snap Freeze is very effective. Frozen Weapon might be better, but because Snap Freeze makes it so that if they go over here, they're getting frosted, they're taking a little bit of damage, and then they have that frost debuff, that means Snap Freeze is really strong. And then we also have the Dark Sorceries, which is Great Soul Dregs, which are a larger and stronger Dark Homing attack. Great Soul Dregs is a version of Deep Soul, which there's also Great Deep Soul, which is a Covenant reward from the Aldrich Covenant. Great Soul Dregs is in the DLC, and Deep Soul is from a boss soul. Great Deep Soul is very cheap. They're all very cheap. They have powerful homing. You can run behind them, so you can cast this and then run up behind it, go after it, and then your opponent has to decide, do I dodge whatever you're doing, or do I dodge the Great Soul Drag? And either way, if they get hit by one or the other one combos into them, so it's very nice mix-up. Especially with Lightning Arrow, if you're a crazy, like, Faith Intelligence build, which means you could actually use this to somewhat effectiveness with the catalysts that we were talking about, the Staves that scale with Faith. So, because this is a dark sorcery, that means you can force it to scale with Faith. So that could be the ideal situation to use the Golden Ritual Spear and stuff like that. And on top of that, we also have Great Soul Dredge, which is just a larger version of it. It does damage comparable to a Soul Spear, so I don't know if it's all that great, but the fact is it has a little bit of homing to it, just like the Deep Souls do, so... Affinity, however, is much faster than it should be for it to be useful. So this is a problem. Homing Soul Mass is much better than Affinity. However, Affinity has dark scaling. You don't have to aim it as much as you do with the homing effects, but because homing Crystal Soul Mass exists, we don't really need Affinity, and Affinity is a lot more expensive, and I don't know. But also, just to mention, your intelligence also determines how many orbs you get for Affinity, Homing Soul Mass, and Homing Crystal Soul Mass, so just remember that. I don't know the exact amounts, because I don't really care. Just invest like 60 and you're good. I think it's like 55 or something for Affinity. It was for Affinity back in Dark Souls 2 anyway, but in Dark Souls 3 I think it's different. I think it's like you get 40 and you're good. So as soon as you have Homing Crystal Soul Mass's requirements, you're probably good by then. But that's like 32. Anyway, Dark Edge is a forward-slashing Dark Blade attack that might hit for decent damage. Personally, I don't believe Dark Edge is all that strong, but maybe if your build is specifically built to use it instead of Soul Greatswords, Dark Edge is actually pretty strong, but you can't combo into it like you can with Soul Greatsword, so you have to land it raw, or you could like mix up into it, and it covers a forward area instead of a wide area, so it's kind of harder to land. It does have similar requirements, and it does look cool, and it does pure dark damage, so harder to resist unless they're a Faith build. So miracles, again we have these in purple. The purple's going to clash with your eyes, I'm sorry about that. But miracles, healing miracles are very useful. A lot more miracles are more useful than sorceries, but healing miracles are very useful because it doesn't take a lot to restore as much as an Estus Flask does with medium heal. So if you want, you can get 15 Faith, you can use medium heal, it heals you for like 500 something, Estus Flask heals you for like 600, so medium heal is very worthwhile. I would say you should always have at least 10 Faith. You should watch my video. Anyway, magic barriers add a significant amount of magic resistance for a short time. If you really hate magic builds for some reason, I also don't like you, so you should put on magic barriers so that you can resist magic defense some more, and you have to make the Moonlight Greatsword split damage really hurt it even more. So regenerative miracles are possibly useful, but considerably expensive for a passive effect that is comparable to the Gentle Prayer weapon art. And I don't really know if regenerative miracles are useful at all, especially since I don't think they stack with the effect from Filianor's Chime, the Sacred Chime of Filianor. And it's a lot easier to just get 18 Faith for that, and then just do that. The first regenerative effect might be useful because it's a bit cheaper than the Sacred Chime of Filianor, and you can use it at the same time you can use Medium Heal, because they both require 15 Faith. But it's just, they're so expensive, and Medium Heal is already expensive, and I don't know. The idea is you have the effective amount of health, you are regenerating health while you fight, but that requires you to have gotten hit in order for it to benefit you at all. And if you get hit, you're already messing up, you're probably going to get hit again, and by then you need to get away or else you're going to die, and the regeneration is not going to save you from that unless you're in like a duel. And the duel is like, you know what, it's okay to have regenerative effects, we're already able to use the Sun Princess Ring, so I don't really care if you're using regeneration, but if you use the giant regeneration, then it becomes a problem where it's like, well, hold on now, you're getting like 820 hit points back per second, and I'm only getting 4. This is not really fair. So I would say regenerative stuff is just never worth it. Unless you can get them for really cheap or without taking up a spell slot. So, projected heal is powerful mainly for its speed. You can cast it on yourself by throwing it at the ground, and you can throw it at your allies. It's kind of funny. You can play catch with them, and imagine you could do like a little series where you play in a toxic area while you're fighting people, and your ally is throwing heals to you. That would be funny. However, it wouldn't work for the red phantoms, so it wouldn't really be fair. You could probably do it with purple phantoms, now that I think about it. That would be interesting. That would be a good idea. That would be a really interesting... Anyway, Tears of Denial will keep you alive with 1 hit point if you would die, making it very powerful on glass cannon builds. If you're making a glass cannon build, you can get to 10 faith, you have 2 free slots with the Dark Moon Ring, you can boost yourself up with the Priestess Ring, you're taking up 2 slots now just so you can cast Tears of Denial once. It's very powerful. And then you also have the Sacred Oath, which boosts the attack and defense of yourself and allies by a small amount temporarily. It's not generally worth it because it gets nerfed in PvP, and on top of that we also have the sword, the Sunlight Sword, Straight Sword, which does the same exact thing, and I'm pretty sure it's the same amount. However, this also takes up more spell slots, and it probably lasts a little bit longer. I'm not sure about that. Typically the Miracle lasts longer, but it's just not that great, especially when you have deep protection. But yeah, Force can be very effective at throwing people off of ledges when combined with Unfaltering Prayer. It's a very basic idea. You throw someone off a cliff, they die. It's very effective. It only requires 12 faith. Wrath of the Gods is pure physical damage, unlike all the other games where it's magic or lightning, but it has much larger area of effect and passes through walls. It's cast similarly to how it is in Demon Souls, where you hold your hands together. Well, you don't really do that in Demon Souls, but the size is comparable to Demon Souls. And it does a lot of damage, and it takes a little while to cast it, but with high cast speed, it's actually pretty fast. It does take up 2 slots, and it does do pure physical damage. And when you compare it to Lightning Storm, which has a similar idea, Lightning Storm is a lot cooler, but Wrath of the Gods goes through walls, so I would say Wrath of the Gods is technically better just because of that. But Lightning Storm also hits multiple times. I can't really say which one is better than the other, but I would recommend using Wrath of the Gods instead. Way of White Corona is pure physical damage, much like Wrath of the Gods. Anything that isn't elemental damage, that doesn't like obviously do lightning damage, is probably going to do physical damage. So there's also Pillars of Light, which do physical damage, and unfortunately all of the Firestorm-like effects don't do very high damage. I don't know why. I really don't understand what happened there, or why they never fixed it, but they just don't do a lot of damage. We talked about that in the Pyromancies, but Way of White Corona, the only thing that's really beneficial about it is that when it's on its return, after you throw it, or if you throw it specifically at like a very good direction and it doesn't hit a wall or anything. By the way, this is a thing they added in Elden Ring, where if one of these hits a wall, it sticks around, it stops going, and then it'll still come back to you. This one doesn't do that. The Way of White Corona, if it hits a wall or any object at all, it is destroyed. It does not come back to you, it is destroyed. So the only thing that this could be beneficial at doing is bypassing shields, and then because it's going to come back to you and it'll hit them from behind. So they'll get stunned by that. But it's not going to stun them for very long, and it's just not a very effective spell at all because it does pure physical damage and it doesn't do a whole lot of damage. And it still costs 15 FP. It is, however, very cheap. And it does have this small utility of coming back and bypassing shields. It's just being able to get someone to get hit by the return when they know that it's going to be happening is quite difficult. Then we have Lightning Arrow, which is extremely powerful due to the fact that it can be released whenever the caster chooses and has slight homing. You can also combine this with Unfaltering Prayer, which makes it so that you can just stand around with hyper armor and there's nothing that anyone can do about it unless they backstab you or something. But the fact is, Lightning Arrow has slight homing, so you can actually free aim this from a fair distance, which I have done in my final Dark Souls 3 upload before I think Elden Ring came out. But anyway, Lightning Arrow is very powerful, especially on my glass cannon, who can do 600 plus damage with it, and just make it so that people cannot out-heal the damage in my face. It's just like, okay, you're healing in my face, bam, you just lost that heal. Okay, you're doing it again, bam, you just lost that heal. So, Lightning Arrow is very good. Lightning Spears, however, they're much faster, and they have a close-range hitbox as well that can do particularly high amounts of damage if you hit someone directly with both parts of it. I would recommend using Sunlight Spear. You don't have to be in a Covenant for it. It costs a lot of faith, it costs a lot of FP, but if you hit someone directly with that thing, it's gonna kill them, no matter how strong they are, because if you have all the buffs active, they are going to die. Especially because you can also hit them on, like, instability frames, if they, like, pivot or something, which is not likely, but it's entirely possible. The fact is, you can put Unfaltering Prayer on this thing, you hit them in the face, and they are dead with Sunlight Spear. You can also use Lightning Stake, which is similar, and you can use it as mix-up. It actually has comparable damage between Great Lightning Spear and Sunlight Spear, so it's still actually really worthwhile. However, it's only going to be useful if you're using it with Unfaltering Prayer, so you can use it as someone rolls towards you and thinks they can just throw attacks at you. And they're also ready to watch out for the Lightning Spear, because the shockwave from Lightning Stake has a little bit more lingering effect and is a little bit harder to dodge. It's still, like, pretty good damage. I would say Lightning Stake is worthwhile. So Lightning Storm causes a massive AoE, which also spreads out lightning, which hits like 4 times. It hits on direct hit if they're right next to you, then it hits on the AoE, and then it hits on 1 or 2 lightning waves, probably. So it does a ton of damage. It really hurts if you're on a glass cannon, and it'll really destroy people. It's kind of slow, but the fact is, it's a spectacle to behold, and it does a lot of hits. It's cool. And then we have a Blessed Weapon, which adds regeneration, depending on what your faith is. It'll regenerate more. I don't remember if it's like longer duration for regeneration or if it's regenerating more per second, but I believe it's more per second because I remember the duration is only 15 seconds. But it also has a physical damage boost to whatever you buff it to, meaning the best option to put this on is something that does a lot of damage, such as a Great Axe, or a Fume Ultra Greatsword, or maybe a Great Club. However, because it does not last very long, it's still not going to be all that great. It's just, the option is there, the more damage is there, it also heals you, so like, it's not such a bad idea. You only have a 15 faith requirement. It's nice to use. So there's also Lightning Blade, which is stronger than Dark Moon Blade, purely because lightning is resisted less, as we talked about. Endurance increases your lightning resistance, so lightning is more often stronger, but Dark Moon Blade is boosting by your magic damage. They have exactly the same amount of scaling, so this one is just prettier, and you know that people are going to be using their Dark Moon Blade when they finally unlock that thing. Because this is an achievement that takes a long time to get. You're going to be casting Dark Moon Blade. I don't care if Lightning Blade is better. This is my reward for being a good blue phantom, for killing all those reds. Yeah, Dark Moon Blade gets defeated by magic barriers, and it has faith scaling. It's exactly the same as Lightning Blade. Lightning Blade is typically better, especially because you can step in water and it does more lightning damage. So then we have Dark Blade, which is much stronger than both of those, because unless you're also fighting faith builds, which you probably are, because as I've said, faith is very powerful. Dark Blade, because you know you're gonna have Tears of Denial, you're gonna have maybe Lightning Arrow, other stuff like that. Unfaltering Prayer, you want to do that thing with medium heal, you have at least 10 faith, compared to, you know, intelligence at 9, you have slightly higher. Anyway, Dark Blade adds a lot of dark damage to a weapon because it scales with intelligence and faith. It's very powerful. Vow of Silence, we said earlier, will get longer range if you use it with Sacred Chime of Filianor. It prevents spellcasting by those nearby, including the caster, for a short time. It doesn't work like it does in Dark Souls 2, where it doesn't stop the spellcaster from using it, it stops everyone from using it. And I believe it will also alert your presence to anything else that's nearby, but yeah, it prevents spells from being cast. I don't think it works on Aldrich, but I don't remember. It works on a lot of things. I remember testing it, and I was like, whoa, he's something changed, but I don't think it actually did. Dead Again is significantly harder to use than it was in Dark Souls 2 because the corpses disappear once they explode, and I don't think that corpses appear at all if the host has already killed everything and then like you spawn in, you don't get to see them. And even if you do, I don't know if you can easily move those corpses. Like, you couldn't move them at all in Dark Souls 2, just to be fair, but in Dark Souls 3, it's a lot harder to use because the corpses disappear once you use them. So you can only get to do this once. But if you do manage to do it, it's probably going to kill everyone. So, Deep Protection... Oh, actually, Dead Again is another version, like Life on Scythe, Dorothy's Gnawing. It actually does damage. I forgot about that. I'm sorry. There are actually 4 Dark Miracles that do damage. So, Deep Protection adds a small amount of attack and defense boost to the caster and no one around them. But it also raises stamina recovery for a decent amount, and this is the cool part because it raises your stamina recovery. This is not something that Sacred Oath does, so Deep Protection is somewhat better just because of the stamina recovery. And then it also increases your attack defense. Very nice. Gnaw and Dorothy's Gnawing inflict major bleed buildup, but they can only move in a straight line. They're very easy to dodge. They only move in a straight line. I don't know why, but they don't really do a whole lot of damage by themselves. They're mainly used for the bleed buildup, and I don't think they're very good. I don't think they're very good because they only move in a straight line. I don't like using them. Life Hunt Scythe is essentially the only Dark Miracle that does damage, because Dead Again, even though it does do that, it's harder to use because you have to set it all up and all that. Life Hunt Scythe, however, you can actually just cast and hit someone with. So it does dark damage. It will heal the caster for some of the damage dealt. I don't know if that's true. I think it might be a set amount no matter what. Even if you miss and it only hits like during their roll, it'll still heal you, I'm pretty sure. So Life Hunt Scythe doesn't have a whole lot of range compared to other scythes because of how you swing it. It's a very weird swing. It's not very good. It doesn't even do a whole lot of damage. Like, you can't even use it effectively, like, to do a whole lot of damage on, like, a glass cannon build because it's gonna heal you, so... Not recommended. Next up we have Pyromancies, which are orange, and the dark ones are in purple, so... I did not include Black Flame Orb because it's not very good. Fireballs are basic projectiles with small splash zones, so you do like these tiny fire projectiles. I don't know what you're doing with them, but then we have Bursting Fireball, which covers a wider distance for a fair amount of damage, and it only costs 14 FP. It's pretty nice. It's just like 3-5 of the fireballs hit someone, it's gonna do full damage. You don't have to hit with the whole thing. In fact, you can't hit with the whole thing. So don't worry about that. So, Great Chaos Fire Orb has no requirements and leaves a lava splash with both doing decent damage. It's actually pretty good even if you don't have any investment at all. Like, you do not need requirements to use Great Chaos Fire Orb. It's just good at all times. And then we have Chaos Bed Vestiges, which does a significant amount of damage over a wide area, and it has a splash effect because it's a fireball, and it's kind of difficult to avoid, and if your opponent is like, you can just throw this out and be like, hey, are you ready for Chaos Fireball? Chaos Bed Vestiges? How good are you at rolling? Were you paying attention? And you just throw this out, or if they heal in your face and you have max cast speed, you just smack this on their mouth and they're just like, their heal is gone and they have to go back. Then we have Floating Chaos, which has low tracking but can fire while you're moving. It's not particularly good, but you can cast it out. It's pretty slow to cast, but once you do, it's not very good at hitting things, but if it does stun them, and you can use it while you're moving, so it's pretty cool. And then we have Fire Surge, which is ridiculously fast and inexpensive, and you can use it. It's very cheap, it's very fast. If you have max cast speed, you don't have to worry about it. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but the problem is you can just sort of tap and just tickle people with Fire Surge until they die. Fire Whip is difficult to use, but it does actually have multiple hits, and they have hit stun to them, and because there's no poise, if you actually hit someone with it, they're getting hit by the full thing. And it says it's very cheap, but it's not actually very cheap because it requires you to cast the entire thing. I think you can roll out of it. It's definitely really good if you can use it properly, but the problem is most people have great swords or great hammers, and it's not going to hit them out of that, and it's not going to do a ridiculous amount of damage like Chaos Bed Vestiges does, and it's still going to cost you like 20-something FP, and it's just... I don't know. I plan on doing a thing about Fire Whip, but not right now. I don't think it's very good. And Firestorm and similar spells have terrible damage for some reason. I don't know why. Only one of the pillars will hit, because that's just how it always has been, because it knocks you into the sky. But then after that, it only does like 100, 200 damage. It never gets any particularly high amount of damage. And I don't know why. And this is the same for Pillars of Light, which is the similar miracle, which does the same thing. They just don't do a lot of damage. They're just never good. And then we have a Great Combustion, which is mainly used for melee combos. You can usually get like a light attack off of a weapon, and then you can combo into Great Combustion. But it's pretty nice. It's still like a fair amount of damage. It's pretty strong, especially when you use it for the combo. And then we have Flame Fan, which inflicts a Stumbling Stagger, which causes an instability bonus damage hit if you do the follow-up attack. It has a true combo. It does like one smack into a second smack, but they have to be within a certain range to actually hit people with. But the thing is, it is kind of slow. It hits them with like some fan of fire, and it does stun them into that. But it's not always going to hit people out of their hyper armor. So I would say Flame Fan, it's good. It's very cheap. It does a decent amount of damage. Great Combustion is better. But if you want to use like a pure melee build, Flame Fan is probably really good. So it's just very nice. And then we have like a Sacred Flame, like a pure melee pyromancy, you want to use Flame Fan. Like you don't want to use a main-handed weapon, you don't want to use a Demon Scar, you use Flame Fan. Sacred Flame is a grab. It can deal decent damage if it lands, but the problem is actually landing it. There used to be a glitch where you can make it get the counter hit damage of whatever weapon you had in your offhand, and I think you can still do that in some way, but either way, you're never going to land this unless your opponent is just mashing into you and you have like Iron Flesh on or something. But if you do actually hit someone with Sacred Flame, like they're rolling into you, like they're afraid, they're like, oh no, I've been getting hit by Demon Scar attacks, my opponent has Demon Scar, I need to get away from them. I need to get behind them so they don't hit me with Flame Fan. Suddenly use Sacred Flame, they roll behind you, you grab them off the ground, you smack them in the stomach and blow them up. That will be something that happens. And it'll do decent damage, it'll do like 600, 800 damage, it's pretty strong. And Profane Flame causes a delayed explosion for modest damage. Again, it's not comparable to Chaos Bed Vestiges, nothing really is, but Profane Flame, it causes a small delayed explosion. Because it's a delayed explosion, it's not all that great. Unlike how it works in Dark Souls 2, you can't face away from an opponent, lock on, and then cast it. You have to be facing the opponent in order for it to go towards them. But it is still it's still an option, it's still there. It does a decent amount of damage. Seething Chaos, however, inflicts a significant amount of damage with the delayed explosion from it landing on the floor or wall. So if you're throwing like Great Chaos Fire Orb, some basic projectiles, your opponent doesn't care anymore, you throw out a Seething Chaos, they're like, oh no, that's Seething Chaos, and then it blows up and it does a lot of damage to them. Or you throw it like behind a wall, you walk up towards them, you're like, hey, how's it going? I'm messing with you, blah, blah, blah. And then it blows up, it hits them through the wall, sends them flying off a cliff, and then you're like, ha, according to plan. And then it's just Seething Chaos is an interesting idea, you know? It's also like relatively, it's just really effective even at low requirements. It just does so much damage if the explosion actually hits someone. It's just getting it to actually hit someone can be a little difficult. I don't believe you can put down more than one at a time either. So you have to be very careful about it. But it is an option. You can even hit people directly with it. It still does a decent amount of damage. But it's not recommended to work that way. So like, it's just a little more difficult to use. But the payoff is big. So Poison Mist and Toxic Mist cause their respective status effect while obscuring vision for a time. If you want some more reliable damage, I would recommend using one of these. It doesn't really rely too much on your scaling, but like your intelligence and faith, I would say, but it does still matter that you have scaling because it causes faster buildup the more you have. I don't know exactly how it works, but I do know that it does matter, because when you use it with the white hair talisman, it's very significantly less buildup. So Iron Flesh adds a deflection property, which boosts defenses and prevents rolling for a time. So Iron Flesh works not like how it did in Dark Souls 2, but how it did in Dark Souls 1. You can actually roll while you did it, it just forces you to fat roll. I don't remember if that's how it worked in Dark Souls 1 or not. I put that it prevents rolling, but it doesn't do that. It makes you fat roll. It does not prevent rolling. But it does make you slow walk, which means that you cannot run. You have to slow walk. You're taking one step at a time. You are not going to be going anywhere. So the only way to bypass this is with a weapon that has like a longer moving attack, or a weapon art that has a longer moving like utility, like quick step. But then if you're doing that, then why are you using Iron Flesh? Well, the answer would be because you still get the deflection property, you still have the defensive bonus, and that would be it. But it doesn't last very long, so you got to make sure to use it. Like, it also adds poise, like passive poise, so it's very useful. There's also an identical thing using Havel's Great Shield. Its weapon art does the same thing, and it works exactly the same way. So, Power Within boosts all damage while lowering health for a time. I tested it, it does boost all damage. It doesn't kill you like it does in Dark Souls 1. Like, it's not gonna kill you. It will still do a lot of damage to you, but it's only gonna be like 30%, which kind of sucks, but yeah, Power Within gives you more damage. It doesn't say it gives you more stamina regeneration, but I don't think it does either, but yeah, Deep Protection does that instead. Deep Protection is somewhere else. Anyway, Warmth heals all nearby targets slowly, so this is the only way to heal enemies if you really wanted to for some reason. But if you were like a red phantom, you wanted to heal your allies, you're gonna have to use Warmth. Nothing else will work on your allies. If you're a red phantom, if you're a gold phantom, red phantom, if you're a purple phantom, red phantom, if you're an Aldrich Faithful, if you're a Watchdog of Farron, if you're an invader in general, you can't heal anyone unless you're using Warmth. So for that reason, it could be useful. And then we have Karthus Beacon, which is notable specifically because it adds a short time. It adds a buff for a very short time that boosts damage with consecutive attacks. And also, I personally enjoy Boulder Heave because it inflicts high physical damage with a lingering splash. You can even throw this over the side of a cliff. It'll fall all the way down, and it'll hit someone who's just kind of looking up at you, thinking like, what is that falling on my head? And then it'll do a massive amount of physical damage. It's very strong. It even, like, hits twice. It'll hit people directly. It'll go straight through them. So if you hit someone in front of you, let's say you have someone who has hyper armor, right? Someone comes up to you with an ultra greatsword. You spew a boulder into their face. This stuns them, but because they have hyper armor, they're not knocked down. The splash effect from the rest of the attack then hits them and forces them to get knocked down. They take a massive amount of damage. Boulder Heave is really good. It also comes out with the same animation as Poison Mist and Toxic Mist. So if you wanted to, you could mix people up like that. And then we have Black Serpent, which is powerful tracking. It can be difficult to avoid. For a while, I thought you could sort of free aim this, but that is not true. It is completely random after extensive testing. So that kind of sucks, but if you lock onto someone, it will track towards them, and it is difficult to avoid. The best way to avoid it is to wait for it to almost hit you, and then roll a second after it looks like it's a second before it's going to hit you, because then on the opponent's screen it will have appeared to have hit you. The Black Serpent will consider that it had hit you, and you will not take damage from the rest of the attack. Then there is a Black Flame, which is mainly used for melee combos, but it also inflicts high damage to stamina when guarded. It is pure dark damage, unlike Great Combustion. However, this could be a bad thing. I am not completely sure. If you're fighting a Faith build, you would not want to use Black Flame. However, if you're fighting a Strength build, you would not want to use Great Combustion. However, Strength Faith builds are highly encouraged in all of the games, and so therefore both of these may not be a good idea, and you might just want to use Black Flame instead. However, Great Combustion is pure fire. Your fire stuff does fire damage normally. Your fire benefits, your fire bonuses might be boosting fire damage specifically. You might not want to boost dark damage as well. So Great Combustion might do more damage, but that's not the case in Dark Souls 3 because Black Flame costs more FP to cast, it does more damage in general. And it also does high damage to stamina when guarded. So because of these things, it might be a good idea to keep it around. And then finally we have shields, and shields we have small, medium, and great shields. Small shields are the best at parrying, and their stability makes them less dangerous to miss a parry with, in comparison to like a caestus, a curved sword, a rapier. Because of stability, you take less stamina damage. So because of that, I would recommend using a small shield if you are going to be parrying. Then we have medium shields, which suck at parrying. They have the similar parry frames as a scimitar or rapier, so if you can parry with a scimitar or rapier, you can parry with a medium shield, and then therefore you can surprise people with a medium shield parry. The best way to do this is what I would recommend is called a trading parry, where both you and your opponent have just hit each other with a weapon of similar stun, which would be something like a katana and a straight sword, or a rapier and a straight sword, an axe and a straight sword, you know, those weapons. Then both of you have the same amount of hit stun. If your opponent is going to mash into you, and you know this, you can use a medium shield parry. You will get the parry most likely. And that is a trade parry. But they are better used without the parry weapon art, instead using the weapon skill weapon art, which will allow you to use the weapon art of your main hand weapon instead of using the shield's parry weapon art. Because this will allow you to have a high physical defense shield that's not super heavy like a great shield and has strength requirements, and instead have a medium shield which has 100% physical defense, decent stability amount, and allows you to use your weapon art. So then there's great shields, which also have really high defenses and can be even used with weapons to an extent. Can even be used as weapons to an extent, because when you attack with a two-handed shield, it also has block property, but great shields have this to an even higher extent, because not only are they really good at defending, they also attack in a different way when two-handed, which allows you, most often they have shield bash, but shield bash is not all that great. So if you use it two-handed as a shield itself, then suddenly you have a very effective blocking attack, which is crazy. There's also the tech of using a shield in your main hand and performing a kick motion with it, which allows you to shove people with your shield, and this shove has blocking property, which means it uses the stability and the defenses of your shield while you're pushing someone, and then you can combo that into an offhand weapon, most notably a curved sword, which you can parry with as well. Which means you sacrifice nothing, you are now a left-handed build, and your shield is also a weapon. It's funny. And on that note, Sacred Bloom Shield is a small shield with a spell parry effect, making it the lightest shield you can use that can also spell parry. It does not, however, allow you to infuse it, which means you cannot have simple or blessed infusion on it. We also have the Dragon Crest Shield, which has high fire and physical, the Crest Shield, which has high dark and physical defense, and we have the Lothric Shield and the Spirit Crest Shield, which have high lightning and physical defenses. So if you wanted a shield for those specific defenses, one of these would be best, and I would recommend one of the lightning ones, because a lot of people like to use lightning at low levels, and I would recommend one of the dark ones, because that is also a popular thing, maybe going up against a dark hand. But yeah, these ones are all quite capable for their respective elements. And then there's the Dragon Head Shield, which sprays fire in front of the user with its weapon art. It's also considered a small shield. It's not recommended to use it for blocking, but I believe it also blocks while it's doing this fire spray, which means if someone is trying to trade with you, it's not a very effective idea to do that, because they will break your guard more than likely, and then you'll get riposted for a lot of damage. You just gotta be careful of that. It's actually pretty fun to spray fire. It's just, it doesn't do a whole lot of damage, doesn't allow for any combos, it's just an interesting thing that you can do. The Ethereal Oak Shield is a medium shield, which allows you to regenerate health very slowly. It also has 100% physical defense. It doesn't have as good stability, but it's just because it allows you to use your weapon art, it has the HP restoration, and it has 100% physical defense. Instead of using a blessed infused medium shield, you might want to use the Ethereal Oak Shield, which also does not scale with your level with its regeneration, like the other blessed infusions do. So you can always use this at any level, at any upgrade, and it's always a good idea, instead of using a blessed infusion. However, it's a bit heavier, and you're still not really going to be able to use it to block things, but it does have the ability to do that, so it is an option, is what I'm saying. The Black Knight shield, however, is considered the best medium shield for defense. You can use it with its weapon skill weapon art, so you can use your main hand weapons weapon art, and it is just really good at blocking, in general, anything except for magic. Typically, it's really good at blocking fire damage and physical damage. But yeah, the Ancient Dragon Shield also regenerates health slowly, but it's a great shield, which means it has a bit more stability, but it doesn't have 100% block like the Ethereal Oak Shield does. And the thing is, the Ethereal Oak Shield stacks with itself, the Ancient Dragon Shield stacks with itself, and it can stack with the Oak Shield, but it doesn't need to, because you can just have 2 Oak Shields. And the Ancient Dragon Shield, I believe you have to farm for it, or it's just laying around, so you can only get one of either one of them anyway. I guess if you want to stack them together, then that's an option, but the Ancient Dragon Shield does not block 100% physical defense. So possibly if you wanted to block elemental defense a little bit better, you could use the Ancient Dragon Shield instead, but it's a little harder to get than the Ethereal Oak Shield, and the Ethereal Oak Shield is just overall better. And then we also have the Bone Wield Shield, which has a multi-hitting weapon art. If you wanted to use the Great Shield as a weapon, this one is an ideal candidate because of its weapon art. However, the weapon art of the Great Shields with its Shield Bash also has blocking property and actually cover a fair amount of different distance when they are doing that. And I would not recommend doing it at all. The Bone Wield Shield, however, is a novel weapon that is fun to use. I believe you can infuse it with bleed, and then it hits multiple times, and then that would be very powerful because it would hit multiple times, cause a lot of bleed buildup. It's very powerful if you can actually land it, which you probably won't, but it is an option, and it can be a fun option. It also looks very fun. You can pretend to be a bone wheel by putting on the Dark Wraith armor and equipping 2 bone wheels, or 1 bone wheel, it doesn't really matter, they only have 1 anyway. Then we have the Giant Dwarf Shield, which is a paired weapon with a blocking stance. It's very powerful, it's very heavy. It's capable of shoving people into its combo, much like the Ring Knight paired Greatswords. However, it's not nearly as powerful. It is still very hard to do anything about it, because it was not nerfed the same way that the Ring Knight paired Greatswords were. And so, like, these have very high stability. Not only will you be shoving people, you have, instead of hyper armor, you have blocking frames. I believe you also have hyper armor, which is crazy to think about, something that's blocking hyper armor and the ability to shove you into an attack. It does, however, have very low tracking, and the biggest problem with it is when you have to worry about it alongside something else. We then have the Wolf Knight's Great Shield, which is the most effective shield with the weapon skill art. The Curse Word Great Shield is much heavier. It does, however, have higher defenses than the Wolf Knight's Great Shield. It is a difference of like 5 units. The Wolf Knight's Great Shield, however, requires you to get 30 Wolf's Blade Swordgrass, which is tier 3 in the Wolf Covenant, the Farron Wolves Covenant. Watchdogs of Farron Covenant, that's what it is. Which you need to do anyway if you want to get the Ring achievement, but this Great Shield is definitely the best Great Shield, in my opinion, compared to the Curse Word Great Shield. But the Curse Word Great Shield is a lot easier to get, and it also has higher defenses. It's just much heavier, that's all. The Havel's Great Shield is, of course, the best Great Shield, if you can actually use it. And its weapon art covers the user in stones that ignores attacks, but forces slow walk and fat roll, which is exactly what Iron Flesh does. It works exactly like Iron Flesh, except for it's a weapon art. So it costs FP, still works exactly the same way, but it's on a Great Shield, you don't have to meet the requirements. So, I don't know, you don't have to take up a spell slot, how about that? So the Dragon Head Great Shield, which is the Great Shield version, as it says, has a weapon art which causes a damaging area of effect, which knocks people down, and it buffs the user with perseverance for a time. So if you don't want to do that thing where you glitch sort of the, you cancel the animation of the Quake Stonehammer, instead you can use the Dragon Head Great Shield, which will also buff you with perseverance for a decent amount of time. It also causes knockdown, but it's also very, very, very heavy. You can still do it, though. It has like a 45 strength requirement or something. I'd need to check again, but you can still do it. You can two-hand it, get the perseverance, switch to something else. It's an option. So Yorm's Great Shield raises poise. I don't know why you would want to do that, but if you put this on your back, it has a very high strength requirement. It's also very heavy because it's a Great Shield, but if you do, it gives you higher poise than pretty much everything else does, and I believe it's stronger than the Lothric Knight Longspear in that regard, because they do the same thing. But The Dragon Slayer Great Shield has particularly high lightning defense. It actually has 95 lightning defense. I believe that everything else had less than that. So if you really don't like lightning damaging stuff, like you want to block a Lothric Knight Greatsword that's been buffed with Lightning Spear or Lightning Blade, and it's just destroying your life, you can two-hand a Dragon Slayer Great Shield, use it as a weapon, block everything, and not care about it. Because it has 100% shield to resist to physical damage, and as you can see, I'm starting to get tired. It's okay. Yeah, that's everything for Dark Souls 3. Generally, you want to get your health up. Health is kind of difficult to get up. You want to get close to 40 as you can without worrying too much about it. You might want to put on the life ring plus 3, but it only gives you like 100 something, 200 something more health. And with that already being not that great, you might not be able to do that, especially at lower levels where you don't really want to go into 20 from 27 to 40 something, because that's like 12 points that you could have been putting into strength so that you can get your Dragon Slayer's axe, the damage much higher. Yeah, it's this is just me trying to keep you alive in Dark Souls 3, you know. If you really wanted to do a whole lot of damage, you could just do a critical dagger combo. If you break someone's guard, if you get a backstab, if you parry them, equip the Hornet Ring, one-shot them with the riposte. And that is pretty much it. So I'm gonna get out of here.